All right, all right, all right, all right. Slipping in and getting us all set up. Slide this thing in. Uh, what's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? Oh, dear Lord. Beat you up a little bit when you're first waking up. Well, I've been awake for a while, but I blame all this on Frogzilla. Frogzilla got me playing World of Warcraft again, so you know how that goes. What's going on, Beans? How are you? I could have warned you about working high schools. My dad was a teacher for a long time, and he uh, he said like today's high schools are a lot different than when he was teaching back in the day. And there's a reason why he went off to a different career in education. But thing is, most people that are in education want to work with kids, especially if they have higher ambitions. Means want to work with children that are younger because their minds are actually open and they're more receptive to learning. And honestly, they're focused more on school. Family's doing good. I've been chatting back and forth with different people. I actually sent everybody a video. The dog, my cat, Frack the cat, has not been feeling good, and the dog is actually ever since the passing of the other cat. That was like his brother. So he's been kind of out of sorts, and the dog's been like doing the almost like a mama cat thing where he's licking him, here and there, like his head and stuff like this. And yesterday I'm watching Black Clover, and out of nowhere, the dog starts licking the cat's head, and Frack turned around and let him have it. Got caught him with a pretty good one right in the face, and it was hilarious because the anime I was watching at the same exact time, the one character Yami turns around and yells, "I'll kill you!" and like I'm gonna have to post the video eventually. Like I'll have to shoot it over to my main account and then I'll probably show that off. But it was hysterical. It's not the kids; it's the adults. I mean, so like the other teachers, are they just like miserable and like, hey, I'm just here to dial it in and get a paycheck? Because that sounds like that movie Cuties. Or not Cuties, Cooties. And had Rainn Wilson who played Dwight Schrute and Elijah Wood in it. It was a horror film. What's up, Sheree? How are you? Hopefully, Atomic jumps in tonight too. I don't know what happened with Atomic's chat last week. I know Beans, it said you did something, but I know you didn't do anything. So that made no damn sense to me. I caught the message that Bina had sent out, like, what just happened? I didn't do anything. And I tried to fix it from a creator's end, and I could only restore one at a time, like one of each text at a time. And I was like, this will take me 3.5 hours just to get her, because she said so much. And then I thought about it, and I wonder if YouTube, somebody was listening and banked out her chat or whatever. But I don't like that at all. And Bina was like, "Are you mad at me?" And I'm like, no, I'm not mad at you. You had no control over that. You didn't do that on purpose. Wasn't like, you did anything wrong. Something just happened. And even from like the person who is holding on to this side of the program, I should have been able to just click once and like undo all the blocks on her chats, and it didn't work. And I've looked it up online while I still had the studio open and everything else before I closed out the stream completely. I don't know what happened. Um, Fortunately, I put the chat up on the side of the video. Speaking of which, just realized I'm talking to you guys from like the lead-in screen there, the title screen. There we go. That's better. We're finally going to do the Frogman tonight. Finally get Loveland Frog done. But yeah, fortunately, I have the chat running on the side of the screen next to the video. So her chats are actually recorded in there. So there's nothing they can do other than taking down the full stream in order to get rid of what she was saying. But I still don't know what happened. I know it wasn't on purpose. There's nobody set to be blocked on this channel at all. I made sure of that. Like, there's no users that are silenced that I have on ignore, any of that stuff. So, whatever it was, it clearly wasn't within my control, within Bean's control either, because that's, So, hopefully, Atomic tunes in tonight and, even if she doesn't want to continue with that conversation, wants to go with a different one, we'll actually be able to see her chats. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You didn't do anything at all. That wasn't your fault, Beans. 110% was not your fucking fault. I don't know what happened, and it wasn't me either. Like, I literally, I hit the button to stop the stream, then got up, turned off the mic, started turning off lights and everything else, and all that fun stuff, and that I have to do in the background. I didn't even close out any of the windows or anything else. And then all of a sudden, you said something like, "Hey, I didn't do anything. What's up with, Atomic's chats?" And I looked, and then I brought up my YouTube channel real quick and looked at the side stream, and it wasn't there. So I went into the studio mode, which is the actual behind the scenes that links to my OBS studio, and looked there, and it was like, this message has been blocked or deleted by Beans. And I'm like, what? Or retracted or some shit like this. And I was like, what? What the fuck is going on? So, no, that's just it. And the other thing is, because I know you had said to me, like, are you mad at me? And the answer is no, I'm not mad at you at all. You said you had mod powers on ABL or whatever. You have super mod powers on this channel. Like, the only person that can override you is me, basically. Like, you have full mod powers because you are my safety belt. You're my airbag. You are my crash pad, my safety net, whatever you want to call it. In case my mouth runs over or somebody else's mouth runs over, you can nip that shit in the bud if necessary, because you don't want to see the channel get taken down. And I know that. And that's why you have that role. You're implicitly trusted with that role. I know that if there's some kind of fucking issue and somebody's got like their gums running or what have you, then, you know, I know you'll handle it in the appropriate way, but I don't need a police officer. I just need you to enjoy the stream for the most part. You're just there just in case. Doesn't give you the option to mute. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, well, that's good. Then maybe ABL gave you super mod power, and that would make sense because before Sheree, you were the main moderator on that stream. Now Sheree is the main mod on that stream, and she probably has superpowers too, because you can either empower a mod minorly or majorly, and I gave you the major powers because, like I said, implicit trust. I know you're not going to screw me over or try and get people not to interact or any of this shit that some moderators do. Some mods will see something they don't agree with and just start censoring everybody, and it's like, no, let people have their piece, even if you don't agree with it. Um, we're here for everybody. Doesn't matter, your political affiliation, your your gender, your race. I don't care. None of that shit bothers me. I don't care. The only thing, just don't be a scumbag in the chat and don't diddle kids on the side. Those are the only two things I don't tolerate. I hear you. I mean, I understand this why you didn't want it in the first place and you took it reluctantly. And, if you want, I can always take it away from you. Like, if it becomes like a problem or a headache to you, I can take it away. Yeah, you can post on the community page, stuff like that. Like, you can do all kinds of crazy shit as a mod. I didn't even know until you explained to me how to enable moderator privileges to somebody, and I'm like, oh shit, check this out. I mean, there is a way that you can ban list people too using the YouTube studio, but nobody's in there. Nobody's in the naughty box. Some of the fun shit from today. I don't know if you guys watched the news or not, but it cracked me up to almost no end. I got to watch Donald Trump cook and serve people French fries, and it was like, what the hell am I watching right now? I just thought it was hysterical. No, it's okay. Like I said, Thursday, something happened, and it would not shock me if there is an overall YouTube moderator or what have you that, because I mean, she was discussing a very heated topic of the Great Reset, which is technically, at this point, a conspiracy theory. Unless everything pans out and is proven true, it's a conspiracy theory. Like, aliens are a conspiracy theory, cryptids are a conspiracy. But that one in particular during election time, maybe they took exception to it, even if I didn't. I don't know. I don't deal with anybody at YouTube, and I don't know what they do allow and what they don't allow completely on their platform. And if they're politically biased or whatever, I'm not. I don't care. Everybody's entitled to their own views. They're grown-ups. How are you, Danny Boss? Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Donald Trump, if the bar I worked in, and I worked as a fry cook and everything, if that had been him in the bar I worked at back when, from the time I was 14 to 29, I would go back there whenever I needed to work in between jobs or I needed extra money or whatever. I'd always go back to this bar. And eventually I will get into discussions on that bar because there's so many good stories out of it. Just not until probably after Christmas. But yeah, I was even telling my wife, like, it was funny watching him do it. But if he was in like my bar setting, I'd been like, "Yo, you're moving too slow, motherfucker. Let's go. Come on, hurry up. Crank him out. Crank him out. I showed you twice. Let's go. Come on, hurry up." But you can't exactly do that to Donald Trump or a president, you know? Yes, and that's just it, Sheree. A lot of sensitive comments. That's a good way of putting that. Right now, we so think Facebook has calmed down a little bit with it. Um, YouTube, I don't know. I mean, they seem to be allowing a lot more stuff from one side than they were last election cycle. And Twitter, we know Elon Musk just go ahead and everybody have a free for all. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, YouTube may have been watching part of that stream, or somebody might have been watching part of that stream. If they were, then they would know that I'm not like politically aligned. Really, I can feel one way or the other. Religion, I'm neutral on. Like the big things that people get sensitive on, I'm pretty neutral about. So I think maybe they didn't strike my video, but with her, they might have gone directly at Atomic, and that's not good. I don't like that. Okay, Alien Romulus, you're watching? Alien Romulus was millennial Gen Z aliens, and I had quite a few issues with it. I'm not gonna, I can't really get into it with you right now until you're done the entire damn movie, Danny. But I, I, I'm gonna tell you now. There was some stuff I liked in it, but there was other stuff that was like either fan service or just plain out fucking dumb. And then there was other stuff that completely breaks canon on the Alien franchise in that movie. And I wasn't happy with it overall. My son and daughter-in-law, they both really enjoyed it, but they just watched it as a movie. They didn't watch it like I did. I saw Aliens, you know, Alien 2, basically the James Cameron one, in the movie theater with my uncle and one of his buddies back when I was a kid. I actually got to see that one on the big screen, and that still is my favorite of the Aliens franchise. Yeah, I mean, if you've already started the movie, watch it the rest of the way through because I think the first 20 minutes they're still on the planet and it gets into stuff. And if you're a fan of the Aliens franchise, there is some fan service that they throw back to and stuff like this. That's kind of cool. Like there's they just they missed. Like somebody tried to be clever with certain things, and when you really break it down logically, as far as the canon of Aliens goes, they doesn't work. It's just shit. But that's just my opinion too. I Oh, by the way, we're gonna crack this bad boy open. I'm gonna start calling this frog juice after Frogzilla because this is his favorite of the energy drinks. But yeah, I watched. I think I had mentioned I watched Terrifier 3. That felt like Silent Night, Deadly Night. They kind of that one other outside of like how he killed different people and some of the gore and stuff in it was cool, but the overall story itself was so so. And they're doing the one thing that I hate when they do it. So like part of the reason why the Joker is one of my favorite supervillains or villains or comic book characters at all is because he has no actual origin. So you create your own origin, you come up with your own ideas and all this, and they're starting to define Art the Clown, like his history, what gives him his power, stuff. And when you start giving things that should be just supernatural and unexplained a backstory, yeah, yeah, I don't know. It kind of spoils the character a little bit because my imagination can come up with something 10 times better than what he is. But some people need those definitives, and I get it. I don't know. It's the guy who directs it. I think his last name's Leone. He's done a fantastic job, and he should just be able to do whatever he wants with his characters, I guess. So more power to him. But it was my least favorite out of the franchise so far. What are Hebrew numbers for 666? Like, I'm not sure what you mean by that means. Um, oh, the M on the monster can. Well, cool. I don't really care. It's not like there's a devil in each can, and if there was, then I'd be uber powerful at this point. So that shit doesn't really matter to me. You can find symbolism in everything, I guess. But that is very interesting, Beans. I always just figured it was like supposed to be like a monster's claw had ripped through the can. Yeah, it is. That's an interesting thing. I just I try not to look for too much symbolism in everything because it's almost like linking a conspiracy theory together. You have a predetermined notion in your mind of this is what I want this is what the end result of this conspiracy theory is. Now let's see how everything links together instead of going, okay, I'm starting at the beginning of this evidence. I'm leaving the clear conclusion out of this and seeing how everything links together to form the end. It's It's like working on the center of a jigsaw puzzle instead of the edges first. You're kind of doing it backwards. But that's just me. That's just my brain way I look at stuff. Yeah, funny. But yeah, then so I had messaged my daughter-in-law because she's hardcore horror, and I said, "Yeah, I watched Terrifier 3. This is what I thought of it. Everything else." She said, "Okay, cool. I'll still check it out." But then she asked me if I had seen a movie. It's called The Substance, and she's like, "People are raving about it right now." So I went and watched that, and it was okay. Like I can see there's some interesting body horror in it and stuff like that. That was kind of neat. But the movie overall just felt like if you took a half-hour long episode of Tales from the Crypt and extended it into a full movie. Like it was okay. Um and the substance, the whole plot behind it was it's this woman who's aging. She has an aerobics show on TV. They tell her basically she's gotten too old. They're going to replace her. And somebody slips her like this USB drive with an advertisement on it for a thing called the substance. And basically, what it does is when you inject it into yourself, it creates a duplicate of you, but a younger version. So she does this and then realizes like her consciousness only one of the two of them can be awake at a time, so the consciousness transfers to the younger one goes and gets her job, like the job she just lost, and then once a week she has to switch her consciousness back to the old body, and they start developing like split personality syndrome where when it's in the older body it's got her original self, and then when it's in the younger body, it's like this younger, newer version and stuff like this. And I'll leave the rest open until more people have seen it because I don't want to spoil the movie. But yeah, for me, it was okay. It was just like Terrifier. Terrifier was just okay this time. Where you know the last couple I'd been actually excited about them. This one was half excited going into it, and eh, like it falls on the scale of things. But the substance was the same way. I was like, okay, this was cool. That was cool. The premise is neat. Eh, I know where this is going. Eh, they did exactly what I thought they were going to do with this. Because as a kid, EC Comics, I still have a couple of the original Tales from the Crypt. I had actually picked up at a flea market. And then, of course, the HBO show. They did Tales from the Crypt. I think it ran 4 or 5 seasons. And I used to love that. But then again, I've also grown up with Twilight Zone. I've seen every episode of Twilight Zone probably about 20 times. No joke. Of the original series, probably like 2 or 3 times for the newer series that came out in the 80s. And then the last series they just did on, I don't even know where it was streaming, was god awful. But that Monsters was another show I've seen every episode of. Tales from the Dark Side is another one. Um, there was one called The Dark Room, and that I only remember one episode. Night Gallery. Hey, what's up, JU? Good to see you. Very awesome. Welcome. We're just in here BSing right now, just starting it up. I'll get to painting here in a few minutes. Laziness is my superpower, as you will learn, so I procrastinate a lot and stuff like that, and just run my gums. Um, but yeah, I mean, so the whole thing is, if you watch enough Twilight Zone, Tales from the Dark, anything that has like that twist ending, it's a cool thing, but it's an unfortunate thing because then you're watching something like an M Night Shyamalan movie, and everybody was all crazy about the Sixth Sense, And my buddy, like, so much so that my one buddy was like, "Yo, you need to see this movie. You're never going to be able to guess the ending, not in a million years." We start watching the movie, and as soon as it said next fall in the beginning of the movie, I turned to my friend. I said, "Okay, so here's what happens. Bruce Willis died. He's actually a ghost. The little kid seeing a ghost, right?" And just from the trailers, I could pretty much summarize it. But once that happened with Bruce Willis, I'm like, "This is what it is." And my friend's like, "You're an asshole. You just ruined the movie." He was so pissed at me. But I'm like, "Yeah, dude. Like Twilight Zone, you learn to look for the hook or the twist. How are they going to twist this on its head?" And every now and again, you'll get like a twist that throws you off, but it's not often. When you've really watched stuff like this constantly, you start thinking about stuff in a different way. M. Night Shyamalan, like, I, in my personal opinion, the smaller the budget you give M. Night Shyamalan, the better the movie is. The higher the budget goes, the bigger stars he has in it and everything else, the movie kind of falls off. Like it doesn't land the same, and I don't know why. Maybe he's just always been built to be a small time director. Some of your comments are not showing for some reason. Let me look. I've got live chat on that. Let me look at the main feed and make sure that the live chat's working. Yes. And they are different. That is a good point. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see if that fixes you, Danny Boss. Hopefully this fixes some of what Danny Boss is trying to say. I'm not seeing them just yet, but I went in. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that's the other thing, Ju. You can cuss all you want. Just stay away from the bundle of sticks words, racial slurs, um, calling women "see you next Tuesdays," things like that, because that stuff will get knocked right out of the chat, and I have nothing to do with it. That's all about YouTube. And plus, I'm kind of intolerant of those things. So, I mean, you'll hear my fucking mouth go off every fucking second about fuck, 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 fuckity fuck. And like, my language is not good, but you can be an adult on here. And this video is listed not for kids. So it is what it is. Yeah, my natural Jersey speak, I guess you could say. Unfortunately, foul language has been built into it since I was a kid. So, okay. So what I did was this, Beans, just for future reference. If somebody's saying like their comments are blocked or whatever, I put the actual live stream in the studio comes up saying top chats only or live chat. And with the top chat only, I'm guessing that it filters out words like satanic or gay that Danny just said. But yeah, you're 100% right, Beans. It's something to do with YouTube censoring that stuff. It's not you doing it. It's not me doing it. It's something YouTube does it. And I know on ABL, he has a list of words he must have put through that people can't say in the comments section. Like it immediately blocks them out. But then again, he's also gone for monetization. And tries to make it a family friendly show. He doesn't really swear all that much, so it makes sense on his channel that he would put in those words to block. Yeah, and that's the other thing, Danny. If you check, it'll say like live chat or top chat, and you can click on it, like even on a phone, on a tablet, PC, whatever you're on, and you can click that and it's going to switch over. But if it's saying, you know, you have top chat, switch that to live chat, and then you can see pretty much everything that people are typing in or you're typing in. And if it is YouTube, you let me know. Okay, there you go. Um, the other thing is, right, like I can see in my OBS, it tells me how many people are viewing the stream. Right now, Bina's talking, Sheree's talking in stream, Danny's talking in stream. So right there's three. Because I have my live chat set up on a tablet, that makes four people, right? My concurrent viewers was just showing that there's only two people watching the stream. So, like, I don't know what the deal is with it. I don't know what the imperfection, and JU is here too. So that should be five viewers, right? But it's only saying four on my screen. It's one of those things, it pisses me off. It's YouTube literally playing games with the creators of their channels. Now, if I had like 10,000 people watching me and it was saying like you got 9,998, that's one thing. I've got like 5, 6 people watching me, 12 people watching me at a go. That's punishing to somebody who is a content creator, like poor alien spaceship sound effects and vlog. Like shout out to him, his channel. But I've seen it before where he's got like 6 people talking in this chat and it says he only has like 2 people viewing him. And it's like, no, that's not correct because I know at least I'm viewing you and I know there's 2 other people I'm in a conversation with. Like, what the hell is this? Yeah. And that, but okay, Sheree. So like the YouTube thing, if I look up at my tablet on the actual channel, it says 5 watching, right? But the actual studio that counts people watching it, it says there's only like right now there's only 3 people watching. There's clearly more than 3 people watching it. So it's like YouTube cutting back on newer creators so they don't get monetization. I don't understand that. That's awesome. JU means freedom in a different language. I will call you Jay from now on, man. Or ma'am. Whichever. I'm guessing it's man, but it's ma'am. But yeah, I mean that's cool. What language is JU freedom in? I kind of figured it was man. Yeah, YouTube is weird anyway. Like I said, because I'm right in the middle with religion, political opinion, all the hardcore stuff. I lean one way or the other depending on, you know, what we're discussing in the context of everything. Korean. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, okay. So the whole thing is, Sheree, with the likes and all that stuff, it doesn't tell me on my end, like I'm looking right now. It doesn't say, oh, well, you're being liked. You know, like it doesn't tell me how many people are actually liking the stream. The reason why you should be saying share, subscribe, like this video is because I've been guilty of this myself, but going in, you're watching the stream, you're just watching the stream, you forget to even hit the like button. So you giving that gentle reminder actually boosts those likes, and it may not show until the end of the video, but the fact that it happened at all is the important part because what ends up happening with the like button is if everybody likes what the content you're putting out and you've got like 10,000 likes or whatever, 1,000 likes, it boosts it in the algorithm. So it forces it to put it up on more people's home pages. Same thing with sharing it. If you're bringing in more people, the algorithm picks that up, likes it. The more subscriptions you have, the more somebody is probably going to want to watch this content. So the algorithm, I don't know exactly how it works. I've said this before. My daughter, who is, a record holder for speed cubing and mathematical prodigy, I asked her about it. I was like, how do you actually boost in the YouTube algorithm? And she's like, here's the thing. I don't even understand how it works. And she's like a genius when it comes to algorithmic mathematics. Yeah. And thank you for your service too. Like, seriously, that's the one thing. If I will tell you now, if somebody comes in here and is disparaging our veterans, yeah, you're going to have a hard time with me because half my family has served in different branches of our military. They've gotten high positions in them. I have people in my family that currently serve in the military. And yeah, I take none of that stuff lightly. Like, if anything, that's the one thing that pisses me off with the current administration. They seem to take not just our veterans, but our active servicemen for fucking granted. Fuck them for that. Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, Frogzilla. I have renamed this. This is now called Frog Juice in your honor. Cause yeah, my normal drink's Rockstar, but since I get cases of this now, it's Frog Juice. Bien, tu amigo. Is the Alien movie timeline the same time as the first Alien movie? They just picked up the robot and rebooted him from the first movie. So it's actually supposed to be in the timeline. Ripley is still somewhere out in space, and it's after the first Alien movie and before the second. That's where they've sandwiched it. So it's a sequel prequel, is what Alien Romulus is. Three a day? Holy God, dude. Yeah, I have four a week now. I'm allowed four energy drinks a week. That's it. I'm gonna give myself a heart attack. I keep going. Um, Also, Frog, gotta say, I fucking you're a bastard because I hop back on Warcraft. I leveled up. I'm like level 13 or something like this. Then I hit my subscription, and I was like, God damn it, Frog. And like you said, you just opened the door. Also, thank you for the recommendations. I watched and finished out Dr. Stone, waiting on the next season of that. And then Black Clover, I'm currently at episode 132 on it. And unfortunately, I know where they're going to end the show and I know where the manga goes. And believe it or not, here's a spoiler alert for you, Frog. But apparently, um, Asta ends up in Yami's home country. And there's this little girl who's mean and all this kind of stuff. And then people start calling her Yami. And it turns out it's actually Captain Yami's little sister. So, little mild spoiler there, but yeah, Black Clover has been fantastic too. I'm really enjoying it. Um, Definitely, like at first I started watching, and I'm like, oh God, is this Naruto or something? And then all of a sudden it got really good, and I was like, oh, okay, this I can dig this. How can you not love energy drinks, Danny Boss? So, and I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but apparently it's a true story. Apparently, a beverage company was talking to Chuck Norris, and they're like, "Hey, there's got to be something we can do with Chuck Norris, some way of powering everybody up." And they're like, "Well, what could we do with Chuck Norris?" And we can't exactly like sell off his blood or hair or something as a souvenir. And the one executive said, "I have an idea. Chuck Norris, pee into this can." And so, Chuck Norris, like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Just 100 grand, piss in this can." So Norris does, and the executive reluctantly chilled it and then took a sip of it. And all of a sudden, he was just overwhelmed with energy. And he said, "All right, you know what? We're going to market this out." So, yeah, you guys have all drank it before. It's called Red Bull. That's where they got the original formula for Red Bull. It's actually Chuck Norris's urine. And that was a joke. That is not mild. Push beyond your limits. Now, I'm going to say when Frogzilla and I worked together, I would drink probably, what, 3 to 4 rock stars a day. And I think he's right. He drank like 3 monsters a day at least. And then one of the funny things between the two of us is because we would be in the store at the same time together before any customers would get there. And I'd sit there and ring him up and he would buy mine or vice versa. Like we would buy our energy drinks for each other. But yeah, tonight's model, tonight's paint job is going to be this poor little guy. It was supposed to be painted weeks and weeks ago. Um, this is actually a print of a what's known as a bullywog from Dungeons and Dragons, but it serves the same purpose as the Loveland Frogman. So we will definitely be painting a frog tonight. We will be painting a frog. And I thought about this and I was going to sit here, pull up the Wikipedia and go into it and everything else. And then I realized there's actually a much easier way that I can give you guys the backstory on the Loveland Frogman and his whole cryptid origin and all that stuff, along with one, if I remember the video correctly, it also goes into over in China. They saw like these researchers, famous researchers, found like something that was exactly like the Loveland Frogman. Yeah, Jay. I basically so the whole thing is I have a 3D printer, right? The way the channel works is it's a discussion. We can go random. We can go anywhere with it. It's chaos. It's really for the most part exactly what the chat wants to talk about on any given occasion. Sometimes we'll talk about this, that, or the other, or like pop culture. We'll talk about stuff going on in politics. We'll talk about this, that, and the other thing. But reality is, I 3D print out different models and then I paint them while talking and BSing with you guys. Um, it's it forces me because my superpower is laziness, so it forces me to paint stuff. I don't sell off the stuff I paint. I'm giving it away. So like my wife's really into cryptids, so I've done a lot of cryptid painting lately. My son's in the Lord of the Rings, so I'll be doing stuff like I have Gandalf sitting here. My daughter-in-law is into horror, so there's horror models and stuff like that I'll be doing. I like superheroes myself, so stuff like this Hulk here will eventually get painted, even though he's all dusty and everything else, because I rarely paint something for myself. Um, but yeah, and then I'll give like so tonight, Loveland Frogman, I'll give the origin story and everything else to that cryptid, the debunk on it, the whole 9 yards. And then it's just like legitimately it's a bunch of people in the chat interacting, having fun. Sometimes I'll tell old stories from my past, like as we get closer to Halloween. I think this next Thursday I'll be talking about the pineys that are out in the pine barrens, and I'm not talking about like I was a piney myself. but I'm more of a cultured piney. I'm talking about like the backwoodsman type pineys, like hillbilly, like don't see the light of day and just live out there in the pines. Those. And then the Thursday after that is Halloween, and that is where I'm going to tell a story that happened to me throughout my entire life, but it's my ghost story. Like the there's three different ghosts that I've dealt with in my life, and I'll go into that, and you can call bullshit on it, or you can say, oh, he's actually telling the truth. I'll let you decide. I can tell you from my perspective, shit's real, but I'll leave it there. And when we get into it on Halloween and the last ghost, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get through that story without crying, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, sit back, relax, enjoy the chat. You'll notice like Beans is here, Danny Boss, Sheree, Devin will probably drop in, Mister drops in. You'll see all different 666. He usually drops in. Um, but you'll see a lot of people that you would normally see in an ABL chat in here, and people have conversations with each other. It's pretty much like hanging out, chilling, something to do on a Sunday night, even if you're going to put it on in the background. Like Frogzilla is probably right now out there like leveling up or wrecking somebody on World of Warcraft while he's listening to this in the background, stuff like that. Like just something to do because nobody does stuff on Sundays. And then Thursdays, there's a couple streams, but nothing really that I'm taking away or making you choose between like, hey, I want to watch ABL tonight on Wednesday, for example, or Friday is Friday night tights with Nerdrotic and stuff. They kind of own that time slot. But it's all about you guys and just chilling while I'm kind of doing my thing and then bullshitting on top of it or giving my opinion and you're allowed to voice your opinion. Sometimes, like last week, Atomic Tabasco, she went off about the Great Reset and I was kind of counter arguing it, but and she's entitled to her opinion. Maybe she's right and maybe I'm dead nuts wrong, but I'm gonna just tell you where I stand on it and why. Some stuff's good, some stuff's not. Some of my paint jobs are good. Like I'll tell you what, last Thursday we did the Rougarou, and because I was trying to figure out what happened to Atomic's chats, I actually looked at the video of it, and I was like, this thing looks nothing in the video like what it looks like holding it in my hands. In my hands, it actually looks way better. In the video, it kind of looked like I just painted the whole thing one color brown, like a poop. And yeah, but yeah, I mean, the whole thing is, it literally is, it, it's where everybody can come, chill, voice their opinion, have a good time. You know, if you got a counter to opinion and stuff like that, you can counter each other's opinions without being censored or told you're stupid or anything else. Um, the only, be respectful. That's pretty much it. So, but that's pretty much what the channel does at this point. And like I said, I tell my old stories too because eventually I'm not going to be here anymore. At least there's a running record of the crazy ass fucked up life I led. So, at worst case, there's that. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, alcohol tolerance, I have none anymore either. I used to be able to drink almost a fifth of Jack Daniels and I'd be bombed, but it wouldn't really affect me all that much. Now I can't even smell it. I quit drinking 13 or no, yeah, almost 13 years ago. 12 years ago. I've had one or two beers since, but for the most part I quit drinking because I was doing it on a too consistent of a basis. Matter of fact, if I had kept drinking the way I was, I'd be dead now. Be honest with you, I would have been dead if it hadn't been for getting married and stuff like this, having kids. Yeah, I can understand that. I didn't think I was all that bad when I was drunk, and then yeah, I heard about the consequences next day. But all right, let's break out the paint and check this out. I figured out a way. Let's go into the background of the Loveland Frogman. Oh, and funny enough, I can't get a copyright strike on what I'm about to play because it's my video, so they can kiss my rebel ass. Writing story begins back in March 1955 in the town of Loveland, Ohio. A businessman was traveling along a road that runs beside the Ohio River, and he was getting towards this bridge. And he sees playing along the bank of the Ohio River, he sees this group of strange creatures kind of congregating together. He pulls over his car, he gets out, he looks, and to him, they look like, in his words, trolls, giant lizards, or giant frogs. He couldn't really distinguish exactly what he was seeing. So he did the responsible thing. He got back in his car. He headed to the nearest payphone. He called the police who reported it, and there was an investigation launched. And after reporting it, they had guards patrol the bridge area, and the FBI actually launched an investigation, but they didn't find any evidence or encounter anything else out of the ordinary. But on August 21st, 1955, Miss Darwin Johnson was swimming in the Ohio River near Evansville, Indiana, and she's swimming along, and all of a sudden, she feels something grab her leg while she's in the water, and she can't see what's got a hold of her leg, but she said the creature was incredibly strong, and it pulled her underwater twice before she finally was able to kick free from it. The attack left Mrs. Johnson with large scratches and bruises, but the weirdest part was the appearance of a strange green handprint on her leg where she was getting grabbed. The print couldn't be washed away, and it resembled this oddly shaped bruise, and it lingered for several days. And it's unknown what actually grabbed a hold of her leg, and while they don't know what grabbed Mrs. Johnson's leg, they think it's probably a Loveland Frogman. The attack did take place a few hundred miles away from Loveland and within a few months of that first sighting. But the speculation and thought was that the frogmen actually migrated because it was starting to get colder. So they spent March in Loveland and then migrated. And nothing else was really reported from back then other than those two incidents. That was until the next sighting, which occurred around 1 a.m. on March 3rd of 1972, in around about the same area on a cold, clear night. Officer Ray Shockey was out on routine patrol, and he was en route to Loveland, and he was traveling down Riverside Road when he thought he saw a dog beside the roadway. And out of nowhere, what he thought was a dog stands up, turns its head, and looks at him. And its eyes reflect back from his headlights from his car. And now what he can see is a thing, he said, weighed about 60 pounds. It stood right around 3 or 4 feet tall, and it had leathery skin and a face like a frog or a lizard staring at him. So now Officer Shockey is staring at this thing.
Just like Bina.
This thing is staring back at him. It almost looked like it was smiling, and it darts directly off the road, and he couldn't see where it went after that, but he knew it went down the embankment for the Ohio River. Shockey then immediately drove to the police station, and he came back with one of his fellow officers, Officer Mark Matthews, to go see if they could find any evidence of the creature. And the two officers spent some time back at this area just scouting, looking for any kind of clues, any kind of footprints, anything. And all they found was right where the creature had gone down into the river on the small hill of the embankment, they found scrape marks. Other than that, they didn't find any other evidence. Ironically, 2 weeks later on St. Patrick's Day, March 17, 1972, Officer Matthews was driving just outside of Loveland, and he thought he saw a
dead animal in the middle of the road. So he slows down to check and see what it is, and he pulls up pretty close to it. He figures he doesn't want to leave this dead animal in the middle of the road for somebody to hit. So he opens his door. He's going to move the animal out of the road. And when he opens the door to his car, it creaks because it's a squeaky door. And what he thought was a dead animal, all of a sudden, pops up and gets into what he described as a football player's stance. It turns and looks at him, which completely throws him off and shocks him, and then starts hobbling to this guardrail right on the side of the road that's next to the Ohio River. The creature, still staring at him, puts one leg up and just lifts it right over the guardrail. And according to Matthews, the creature kind of looked like it was smirking at him or smiling at him while it's staring at him. And whether it angered him because it had that smirk, or just because he wanted to prove that the Frogman was real and that he and the other officer weren't nuts, he drew his gun and fired a single shot at it. The shot missed, but the creature kept going, like it just took off and disappeared. He searched, but he couldn't find anything. Both officers, having seen this creature, and of course going back and reporting it, became the subject of huge ridicule. Everybody was making fun of them, teasing them, saying they were nuts, and this went on for a long time. And cryptozoologists actually went out after hearing the reports from these two police officers to go see if they could find any evidence, and they started interviewing and talking to the local population, to the farmers, the residents of the area. A lot of them actually had stories of groups of small frog-like humanoids. They didn't want to report it, though, because they were afraid of getting mocked and made fun of the same way these two officers had. Sightings happened all the time, and maybe it was just because of local lore and, people wanting there to be a monster, they were reporting it. But in 1985, two Loveland boys said they spotted what they described as a frog the size of a dog sitting on the shores of the Little Miami. And our story actually takes a pretty big leap from there and goes forward into August 2016. There was actually a local Cincinnati TV station reported that two teenage boys were walking out in the woods playing Pokemon Go. They were right between Loveland, Madeira Road, and Lake Isabella, and they had claimed to see a giant frog that was staring at them, and its eyes were shining at them, and it was right near this lake, and it stood up and it walked on its hind legs. That sighting was actually revealed to be a hoax. It was actually a local student from Archbishop Muller High School in a homemade frog costume who knew these two kids were going to be out there and wanted to scare them. It was this prank which got the news talking about the Frogmen again, and Officer Matthews actually called into a radio show and revised his entire story. He said that basically when he came across the thing in the road and he had stepped out of his car, that the thing made a run for it. He pulled his gun immediately and shot it between the eyes. And just to make sure that it was dead, he walked up and he shot it 2 more times. He then took the body and dragged it back and put it into his car, drove it back and showed it to Officer Shockey. And according to Matthews, it was a large iguana about 3 or 3.5 feet long and didn't have a tail. A direct quote from Matthews was, "It either got loose or was released when it grew too large." Officer Matthews presented the body to Officer Shockey, and Shockey confirmed it was what he had seen out there in the dark that day. And apparently Matthews had told this to this author of this book about local folklore and legends, and the author omitted that part of the story. But there's certain problems with his revision of the story. Problem number 1 was Officer Shockey's sister actually drew a sketch for them of the creature, of what they described to her. And both men verified that is what they saw out there. And I'm actually displaying that picture now. The other problem, and it's actually The problem I have with it is if you thought you saw this crazy creature frog man and you shoot this iguana that's 3 to 3.5 feet and you have the body for it, you show it to the other cop, why didn't you show it to everybody else? How come you didn't just present your proof then and there? That would have, made everybody, they might have still made fun of them, but they would have been resolved. Something just doesn't make sense. That just makes logical sense to me, that if you have evidence of, hey, I thought I saw this and it was really this, and here's your proof, that would kind of clear your name. So I find a huge problem with that part of the revision. Any which way you look at it, the Loveland Frogman has taken on its own folklore, right up to the point that in May 2014, the legend of the Loveland Frog was made into a musical titled Hot Damn, It's the Loveland Frog. It had decent reviews. Now, maybe what Officer Matthews said was correct, and it was an oversized iguana that was running around. But I found in my diggings other proof that it might just be a giant toad or a giant frog. I mean, there's also the case of the Connecticut frog folk, which is actually this known clan of people that live in Connecticut, that they only come out, they only see them every now and again in town, here and there. There's a ton of witnesses to them, but it's actually this inbred clan of people, and they all live in this decrepit compound. They usually only come out at night. They'll venture out into town here and there, but basically they're described as having eyeballs on the sides of their heads, crusty lips, white cheeks, like big white cheeks, sunken noses, and their nostrils look just like thin slits, which make them look amphibian. They have large heads and small bodies and hair that tends to only be in patches, so it's some kind of genetic flaw or just inbreeding, or maybe a combination of both that make these people appear this way. But that could possibly
Yes,
be they
Jake,
went on a
that is the
vacation to
frog I'm
Ohio.
painting currently.
Now, I highly doubt that, but there are people that do look that way. I tend to lean towards this other information that I found, and it actually involves folk stories from China and South America, as well as other spots in the world, but those are my two main focal points. So in August 1987, there was a team of 9 scientists from Peking University, which is now Beijing University. They were led by 58-year-old biologist Chen Mok-chun, and they traveled to very large, very deep mountain pools, one of which is named Baofeng Lake, in Wunan within central China's Hubei province, in order to film the area and its wildlife. While setting up their television cameras, however, they saw something start emerging from the nearby lake. These 3 huge creatures just popped up, and they start moving towards the edge of the lake nearest to them, and everybody was just stunned because they looked like giant toads with grayish white skin. They had mouths that were said to be 6 feet across and eyes bigger than rice bowls. And according to Chen Mok-chun, the creature sat there and watched them for a short time. Then all of a sudden, one of them opened its mouth and extended this ginormous long tongue, and it wrapped around one of the camera tripods. And while it was doing this, the 2 other creatures let loose this blood-curdling scream, and all 3 creatures then submerged under the water. Seeing this shocked the scientists so bad that one of them apparently physically dropped to his knees and then got immediately sick from fear. The whole incident would have been written off and dismissed as a hoax, except for these 9 scientists were not only highly credible, but major names in Chinese biological research from all over the country's leading universities. It also helped that there were reports of these creatures being sighted in the same area by local fishermen dating as far back as 1962. Meanwhile, in South America, There's claims by, and I'm going to butcher the name, but I'm going to try and say it anyway, the Mapuche people relating to a supposedly immense species of toad indigenous to various lakes, lagoons, and irrigation canals in southern Chile and southwestern Argentina. They call these large frogs slash toads, they call them arumco, which means big water frog, and it is said to measure up to 3 feet in length. One such creature dwelling in a lake was rumored to have devoured a horse that was attempting to wade across the lake. But whether the story is true or not, nobody's quite sure. It's just native folklore. So maybe that's it. Maybe it's one of these creatures that was somewhere else in the world. Somebody caught it when it was a baby and brought it home with them, and it got free and got out there, bred with the natural wildlife, and somehow reproduced. Who knows? I'm not sure. I'll leave that for you guys to decide. Discuss it in the comments. Have a conversation. Maybe you can come up with something better than I did for what these things could possibly be. Hey, maybe it was just an iguana. If you think that, put that in the comments too. But anyway, that's today's story, and I hope you liked it. And if you did, please do me a favor, hit the like button, share the video with a friend
We
that
can
might
skip this
enjoy
part.
this type of story. Subscribe to the channel. I'm going to keep going down this rabbit hole. And hit the notification bell. It'll let you know when I post new content.
Bam, I can kill that right there. That's nice. What's going on, Alien? How are you? I can't guarantee you being as a human, mister. Good to see you as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Bina is a halfling of some kind. I'm leaning more towards like a hobbit because of the hair on the feet, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, so, and going back to Jay's question, yeah. So the tale of the Loveland Frogman is documented the whole 9 yards. Everything I was reading there came from 3 different books, and then the follow-up parts, the more modern parts, were off internet stories or what have you. But yeah, initially that's what the channel was. Like, it was, I still didn't know where I wanted to take the damn channel, and I figured out that chaos is probably the best way. Yeah, good song reference, Beans. But yeah, the whole thing is, like I said, my wife collects cryptids and is big on them. Like, it's her library that I actually pulled the books from. Like, I got her to give me the research material to even make that video or get that much detail out of it, especially about the ones, the frogmen that were seen basically in China and in South America. Like, nobody ever talks about them. Everybody always wants to just talk about the ones that are in Ohio or in the Ohio River. So it's I would sit there and do like a couple hours of research. There's a reason why I stopped making videos and just went to live. It's much easier. Much easier just to run my mouth, basically. Yeah, and you know what? Beans isn't wrong. We all know that Mr. is the only one on OnlyFans as a subscriber or as a producer of it. But yeah, the Loveland Frogman is actually a very there's compelling stuff to it, and maybe it was just a large iguana. But why that big of an iguana would be somewhere like Ohio? Like, if it had been a Florida story, I could have bought it a little bit more. I do not remember the foot pic he posted on Discord. I was not paying attention to that. Let's moss this guy up a little bit and start getting the light into him. Yeah, I mean, that's a good possibility. I had a friend, actually, it was like three of them. They used to breed Burmese pythons in New Jersey. And one of them had an albino Burmese python. That was the nastiest snake you ever wanted to see. But the one guy that had gotten my two buddies into it, he actually had, and that thing was, I want to say it was 18 or 19 feet. And he had to keep it in like this huge ass tank or whatever. And it was ginormous. I don't even know if it was I think it was a Burmese. It might have been something else, but it was huge. And he had to keep it down in his basement, like in this special tank. You weren't allowed to go near the tank. Like, so people smuggle rare and exotic creatures all the time. Smuggling one into Ohio, I could definitely see. I mean, that is a good point, but it could also be like how those weird people were, because sometimes you get that. You get like very odd people that look a certain way, and you think they might be like a critter if you don't pay attention to them. You just catch them at a glance. Maybe it was like Froppy from My Hero Academia, like creepy like that. The long tongue and all the frog-like tendencies. Who knows? I don't know. I couldn't say for certain. I mean, there's compelling cases. I can just say this much: if you're going to get ridiculed, like if I'm going to get my balls broke, because as soon as he said we saw this giant frogman and all this kind of stuff, um, anybody that knows anything to do with law enforcement and how cops actually operate, they were teasing the hell out of that guy. Like he would have done anything to change his story if he thought it wasn't true. So that's the part that screws me up about the iguana. Like that's the one thing that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me is if you felt this way, like felt like, oh well, it was an iguana and we killed it and everything else. Why didn't you show it to everybody so everybody's like, oh well, you did see something. It wasn't a frogman like you thought. They're crazy, but it was an iguana. Like I don't understand why they didn't just like clear their own names. Yeah, Pepe the Frog. Pepe the Frog. I mean, there are cases though where like one of the first cryptids is and I'm going off memory of what my wife has said to me. There was actually this explorer who said there is giant pandas out in wherever they were in Asia, and everybody made fun of him, like merciless, it just ridiculed the hell out of him. And then he passed away, but his wife took an expedition into where he said they were and came walking back with the giant panda captured. And that was like, holy shit, they actually do exist. There, there's times where they've said something, there's no way this could exist, and then they find one. Like discussing the chupacabra, chupacabra to me, I'm still going to go with it's just like a coyote or a dog or something that has mange. I'm just getting in a little bit of this light green on here so I can rework it back into darker green, a little bit of highlight to it. Try and get us blended in. Because the actual first green I started with, pretty much the color of one of these frogs. Actually, they get a little lighter down here in the south, but up north it would be darker. Gorillas were thought not to exist. Really? That's interesting, alien. I mean, I could definitely see that. Just imagine the person who first discovered a giraffe. You want to talk about something that would screw you up? Seeing a giraffe for the first time. Like, what the hell is that thing? Look at the size of the neck on it. Is that a freaked out horse? What is that? Well, that's just it. So the alleged sightings of the chupacabra alien, I had said this when I painted the two chupacabra variants. The whole thing is the one where they saw it, they ended up finding a dead coyote that had mange down the road from where it was found. So it's one of those that, like, could it exist? Yeah. Is it more than likely something that is canine, that is just like something's happened to it? It's got some kind of skin condition disease where the fur's falling out of it and all that. Because if you look at an animal with mange, it's not pretty, but you could definitely see where somebody would think it is something that it isn't. Nowadays, big problem is that it's kind of easier to fake video. So the older something is, the older the story, before we really hit digital age, the more reliable that story is to me. But even then, pareidolia, you see something and you think, hey, that's impossible. Or, like it could just be your brain filling in blanks and making something what it's not. So I take everything with a grain of salt unless there's some kind of empirical evidence. Like Bigfoot's an example of that too. Like, could they exist? Yes, they could have existed. Could they still exist? Yeah, they could still technically exist because we haven't explored everything. We don't watch everything. But at the same point in time, there should be anything with fur, sheds. So if a Bigfoot were to shed, how come we're not finding like little tufts of its fur and then just genetically testing it? We have the ability to run the DNA on it. Yeah, I mean, and that's just it. Like that's the other thing. They I think that was you just said dinosaurs reminds me of Göbekli Tepe. Apparently I think it's Göbekli Tepe, but on one of the stone things, there is a dinosaur, what looks like a dinosaur carved into it. And then when I was looking at it from a different angle, like looking at the picture from a different kind of point of view, I was like, what if, because it looks like a stegosaurus, where it's got the spines up its back. And I thought about it. I was like, what if they just drew the spines in as kind of an artsy little fill to the picture? And it's really something like an aardvark, or even more to the point, um, like a rhino or something with its head down, something like this. And the person just, because I'm not a good artist, so maybe it was somebody who was even a worse artist than me. And they're carving it in the stone. Real easy to be like, oh, I was trying to do an elephant and fuck this up. Yeah, it's just it's the same way where like aliens, right? Since aliens in here, a lot of the sightings, I just you can kind of debunk them. Like right off the rip for different things. Like there's arguments for and against. Some of them, unless you have some kind of evidence, like when they say oh well they did this surgery to me. Okay, so then you should have scar tissue. You should have this. You should have that. And the people that can present like, well, look, I've got this thing in me, and we don't know what the hell it is. That's a little bit more compelling to me. It like that kind of stuff is more compelling to me than well, I saw a light up in the sky and all this. Well, that light up in the sky could have been uh a test fire rocket, could have been this, could have been that. I mean, I think I've said this pretty much every time I even discuss aliens a little bit or touch on them. The two that I can't full on discount, and really one of them to me is more compelling than the other, is Commander David Fravor is the one that I truly believe, because he honestly saw it and didn't really care all that much about the alien aspect of it. He wanted to know what the hell they were going to have to dogfight against. And it was outperforming their jets and everything. Nowadays, we have drones that can do that. Hell, we have AI driven planes that can outfly the pilots because they're learning all the time. So you go back, like even Betty Barney Hill, it may be them saying they were abducted by aliens because they were a mixed race couple in a time when that stuff was not looked upon very well. Maybe they came up with their story to be like, oh, these poor people were abducted by aliens, and they made people overlook the fact they were in a mixed race marriage for the time. Just then you have the ones that just want to get famous off of it, and those are the ones that really kind of rip down the story. Like when they're selling all kinds of books and all this other stuff, there's people that are actually curious about it. But my thing is, how come Elon Musk or somebody like this hasn't really been like, yeah, I'm launching a full scale investigation on aliens? Like, we don't even have NASA working right now, as far as I know. I don't think we've actually like launched anybody to the even just the moon in a long ass time, because they're like, well, there's no advantage to it. There's nothing there. Well, yeah, honestly, that's where, and I'm not a genius here, but I would have to say, if you're going to do a refueling base so that you can go to exoplanets like Mars or Venus or wherever you want to go, then you would use the moon as a refueling base for that. Like, it it could just be me, but that's just kind of what I would do, and I'm sure people smarter, way smarter than me, have already figured that out. Like, hell, we'd use this as the refueling station here, but we don't go back to the moon for some reason. All evidence we've had that we've gone to the moon, it has pretty much disappeared. The only reason why we can even prove that we've been to the moon, besides like, broadcast and all that, which can be faked, is the fact that you can take a telescope and look, and you can actually see where the astronauts walked on the moon, their footprints, and you can see the American flag they planted. So you have actual evidence that we've been to the moon, but why don't we go back? And then when you look into it deep enough, it's like, okay, well, it took a lot of science, mathematics to get us to the moon. How come they're not going back and just using those mathematics and like, oh, okay, here's the equation we used? Apparently, they can't find all the mathematics and stuff they used to get us to the moon. So that's like, what the hell? Yeah, that's just it. Election workers make good money where you're at. What do they really do? I mean, just sit there and run the votes through the machine, make people line up in a straight line. We used to do that for midnight launches when I ran a GameStop. I'm hoping somebody's got some compelling cases out there. I don't think they allow you to bring a gun into like that. It's kind of frowned upon carrying your gun into a public place, even in a place where you have constitutional carry. It's just too many things can go wrong. Why are you going to kill a lion or something there, mister? You hunting antelope? Like what the fuck's going on with that with the spear? The penis mightier than the sword. What do you mean the penis mightier than the sword? Oh, I read that wrong. My bad. My bad. Yo, that shit just did that to Alien too. Alien just typed something in, right? Let me see if I can read it on the smaller screen. I do believe in some abduction stories, but it's good to see evidence. Okay, but the aliens could hide scars and everything else. All right, so look, that's something that I know you guys may not be seeing, but you can see it in the little side chat, right? Alien clearly said something about abduction or whatever. And I don't know if it's because he used the word abduction, but it flat out did not come up in our regular chat. Not on either one of my, like on my tablet screen. I could barely read it. If I wasn't paying attention to my OBS screen, it wouldn't have said anything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what the hell happened. That was weird. It's the second time that shit's happened too. Like, just weird. YouTube's being odd as shit lately. I think it's because it contained the word abduction. So, Alien, here's a question for you because you've streamed for a long time. Have you ever had it where somebody's entire chat gets wiped out and it says the mod did it, even though the mod had nothing to do with it? Just curious, because I know you got like 500 moderators or something on your streams. Mustard time. This guy's going to end up looking like a battle toad. I mean, once I get the lighter on here, I just need to get the underlayer going. Once I get the lighter yellow on here so it blends, it'll look all right. In the meantime, he's going to look goofy. Yeah, see, like that's what I'm saying. It was just weird because what happened? Atomic had a whole discussion with me because she believes in the Great Reset. I'm kind of more like it can't happen. I don't think it can happen personally. And we discussed it back and forth, and it was a good conversation. And then out of nowhere, like at the very end of the stream, it came up and said Bina had, because she's my only moderator, said that she had blocked or deleted whatchamacallit's messagings through the whole stream. Had blocked Atomic's messages. And like Bina was the one who called it to my attention because she's like, I didn't do anything. And I know Bina didn't do anything because she would have said, yeah, I blocked it for this because it's going to get you, taken down or they're going to wreck the stream. And it was none of that. So it made no sense. I don't know if, I don't know what the deal was with it exactly. And what a hideous, ugly yellow color underneath. It's going to look better once that's blended out and turned into its proper coloring. Yeah, and that's just it. It wasn't by mistake or anything. Beans wasn't touching anything. I had literally already signed off stream and was breaking shit down. And you know how the chat goes, even after you're breaking like you have ended the stream. Your stream doesn't end right away, so people in the chat, yeah, I think they do that on purpose where you can say goodbye to each other and everything. Or see you next show or all that fun stuff. But yeah, it was odd. And I'm still trying to like if you can I didn't know if you had any kind of experience with something like that happening. I mean, it could have just been being like, yeah, I don't like this person, but I don't think that was the case. Her and Atomic had been friends for a while. Yeah. Yeah, you're my go-to guy when it comes to this crap. So if you haven't experienced it, then I'm going to go out on a limb, say YouTube did not like what she was saying and took her shit down. That's that's just a GAM take on it. Maybe that's the conspiracy part of my brain, but something with it just didn't make sense, like at all. You know, and I wasn't mad at her or anything. I thought the conversation was a decent one, so definitely wasn't me. I, Beans, that was a joke. You know, I could see if like I had done the stream and Atomic really complimented me on me doing like a Nigerian accent, and you getting mad about that and being like, "Yeah, you're done," because I can't take the Nigerian accent 2 nights or 3 nights a week. But since I've never done a Nigerian accent, it makes no sense. Okay, I won't joke about it. It's okay because I mean, you got to understand whenever I do actually get to talk to Atomic, then I'll be going to the mat if she says, "Well, this." No, that's not what happened. Like I'm just hoping uh, Atomic is more reasonable than that and realizes, like, yeah, nobody tried to ban you. Like, I've reached out to Devin too, because I know Devin and her are pretty damn tight, and said to Devin, like, yeah, this is what happened. Like, have you talked to Atomic or whatever? And I know Atomic was in Creature Features, but when I jumped in last night, because I forgot about it, because Frogzilla got me playing World of Warcraft again. I remembered at the last second, jumped in. She was in there, but it was already too late. Like the show was shutting down. So I got to say like 2 words, and then all of a sudden it just cut the hell out. And I was like, well, hopefully she comes into my chat tonight. Yeah. It wasn't just like one comment got censored, like everything she said through the entire show, Alien, was wiped out. And like I could go in and I could unblock one comment at a time. And because I'm lazy as hell, I wasn't going to spend 3 hours doing that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Only open the door. Sure, Frog. It was more like, here you go, bud. I know you ain't smoked weed in a while, but here's a joint for you. And then you smoke the joint, and next thing you know, you're pulling bongs again. Good job, buddy. But I'll tell you what, I'm actually enjoying the hell out of World of Warcraft, so thank you. I'll end up having to build out my guy, not suck, and then link up with you on it, which should take me like a week or two. When someone is blocked from chat, but okay, so that's the other thing, Alien. I can go into my studio and it doesn't say anybody's blocked in my chat. Like that's the kicker of it. Like I went and looked for that and it nobody was blocked in chat. Like there's nobody on the no list. Yeah, see like a timeout or something like that, but I don't know. Like I said, the whole thing was just odd. It was like somebody at YouTube, oh no, they talk about the great reset. We press the button, make her go bye bye. Putting chemicals in the water, making frogs gay, turning them into frogmen. They're going to overrun us in a month. Yeah, see, mister? Okay, so that's where my head went, right? Exactly what you're saying is exactly what went through my head. I was like, yo, they did YouTube really just like, hey, look, you said no things on a stream. You're not allowed to talk like this. Sorry, fella or lady. You are blocked from speaking ever again. Like, what? Your opinions are now invalid. I don't know. It just, dude, that's freaky to me because it's never happened to me anytime, and I've said some shit on some streams. Um, it threw me completely off. And I can't control what they control. Like, and it doesn't help at all that like I'm pretty amateur at this. Like it's amateur hour here. I'm just learning how to do this shit. It's not like I, have 5 years under my belt and have been through this. I'm just literally learning. So yeah, but this was more than algorithm. This was I could see in the middle of some of the stuff that she was saying, it's censoring. Damn, this has quickly become a show about censorship, huh? I could see it censoring when she was saying certain things. I could see my show getting taken down right in the middle. All of a sudden, it just locks up like what? And I have to tell everybody on Discord, hey, they nailed me, blah blah blah, and getting an email. But this was like she had already finished her argument. Everybody's saying good night, and then all of a sudden it happened. Yeah, see, like, and that's one of the reasons why, like Sheree Beans, they Beans has been a moderator forever for other channels, and Sheree is a good moderator for the channel she's currently doing. So I figured if anything, the two of them would know. If not, Alien's been streaming, before when it was called iTube, MeTube, and then they finally decided on YouTube. Alien was like, I'm setting up my channel now. So he's been around forever. Yeah. And then the fact that Alien isn't, like, oh yeah, this is what happened. And he's not sure. I don't know. I mean, I'm not mad either way. Um, that's just something that will have to be discussed at a later time whenever I cross paths with Atomic again because she's not in the Discord and she wasn't on ABL last night. So I don't know, but eventually I'll come across her again. But I definitely know I didn't say, hey, punish this person or, anything having to do with my channel going like, yeah, yeah, you can speak freely here. Ha ha ha, it's a honey trap. It was just weird. Oh yeah, look at that. Mister's got it. Maybe the cat did it. We'll blame it on the cat. Blame it on the cat. Blame it on the rain. Oh. Yeah, you gotta love cats. Cats are the asshole of the wildlife community. You love them because they're friendly and cuddly and everything else, but they really are the assholes of the wildlife community. Because they sleep 23 hours a day, and then you can do other shit while they're asleep. It's not like a dog that's like, the only reason why my dog is being good at all in the background is because if he gets a puppy cup when I'm done painting, if he's a good boy for the entire night, he's figured this part out. So otherwise he'd be in the background the whole time. Yeah, but you gotta like, I'll tell you what. So the other day, because I have those stray cats or what have you that I feed, I went out. Now I'm walking the dog, and there it was. Just I'm like, oh shit, there's a snake in my yard. And then I looked again and realized the cats took them out. So yeah, I love my cat. They get fed. They definitely they take down everything that gets close to the house that doesn't have paws. Anything that slithers. And when you're out in the country, in the middle of nothing bumfuck swampland, then yeah, cats are an amazing, amazing friend to have. You like the main chick and the android? That's it. Yeah, it wasn't a very endearing cast. Yeah, of Romulus, it really wasn't. Um, like I said, there's a lot of stuff in there that was just sacrilege, to be honest with you. Like there's stuff in there I liked, but then here you go. For example, they were able to find the alien floating out in space, right? That she jettisoned out of the Nostromo at the end of Alien One, because that's where they get the alien eggs and everything from to and like start engineering it and everything in that movie. But how come they couldn't find Ripley, who was floating in one of their escape pods with the homing beacon on, which is how they find her in the second Alien movie? Like, so you couldn't find Ripley, but you could find the magical alien just floating somewhere out into the middle of nowhere in the cosmos. Yeah, don't get me started on Newt and Michael Bihn's character. What was his name? One Hicks. Yeah, he played Hicks. Hudson was Bill Paxton's character. But yeah, fucking Hicks. They killed him off screen in Alien 3. They killed Newt off screen in Alien 3. Like they they could have done so much more with those characters, or at least given them a good death, like a good ending to their story. I just I don't know. I just look at my problem is when you're doing movies like that where they've already kind of become cult classics or even just classics when they come out. If you're going to continue on a story, you better put somebody in charge. Like, just you can go down to your local comic shop, find the fattest nerd with Cheetos like crusting on their mouth and stuff like that. Be like, what are you into? I'm into Star Trek, sir. Okay, bring that motherfucker on and have him as a consultant to keep your canon. Like, well, no, you couldn't do that because back in episode 32, when Spock was doing this couldn't have happened. That's what you use those nerds for, you know? I just, I think that's part of my problem with it is that you have people that are way more knowledgeable or really in depth on something. Like back in the day, you could ask me or my buddy Guido damn near anything about Star Wars, and we would have been able to just cite it to you. Like, oh yeah, it's this. And you would have kept canon perfect from there on out. Like we would have made sure that your canon was on fire, like everything linked together, like, oh, that's a throwback to the Thrawn trilogy, or that's a throwback to this, that's a throwback to that. And instead they've just kind of shit the bed on all of it. Like or just thrown it away, or they'll cite it here and there because they think they're being clever with it, and it's like it's not clever, it's sloppy. You can't just integrate part of this, you have to have everything where it lines up. I think, and this is one Danny Boss of all people probably pays the most attention to because it's part of his pop culture over in Europe is Doctor Who. Like how bad they have screwed up Doctor Who because they kind of rewrote it and made it where, oh well, you know, the William Hartnell wasn't the first Doctor. It was actually this little black girl that is an alien from where we don't even know. But they kind of like stole her powers and stuff. It's like, what are you guys doing? Like, No, William Hartnell will always be the first Doctor. That's the point. Like he was escaping his planet and everything else, and this is his whole backstory, and you guys just fucked it all up. So Prometheus has an interesting, like Prometheus and oh god, what was the other one? Covenant, and then there was one more in there. Could have been great, and the actual premise of it is kind of the story of the Anunnaki to an extent. Like if you go look up what the Anunnaki are and all that, and they could have done amazing, amazing things with Prometheus, and instead they didn't nail it. Like it just didn't land for me. It was like, okay, this could have been really cool, but just didn't hit. I don't know. I mean, the idea behind it, the scientific ideas behind it, and reality of what we know about science, such as like human DNA only lasts 120 years before it unravels. So the oldest you will ever get is 120 years old before your DNA can, but will always unravel. Like it'll always just boom at that point because I want to say it's our 26th chromosome has been altered somehow. Like people can't explain this, scientists can't explain it, but apparently all the rest of our DNA is fine except for that 26th chromosome is altered in a way. And it doesn't look like it's been naturally Darwinism type altered. It looks like it's been altered some other way, like some kind of artificial thing went in there and altered our DNA. So, is it just you, or did everything get shittier when it started streaming? Um, it did. It did. It did for Disney. Disney, because they try to incorporate too much and try to, milk the cash cow by making it like almost 24/7. So, in my opinion, I think Disney really did the bulk of the damage there. But it's also when you're going into these movies and stuff like that, you got one shot to tell a story for 3 hours, right? Or 2 hours, or whatever it is, whatever the length of your movie is. And you have a certain budget for it. And then, as time, like with streaming and stuff like that, you can definitely tell more stories, throw more product out there. But if you're doing it haphazardly just to get something out there, it's going to get shittier and shittier. That's why one of the things that I wish we used as an example is actually anime, of all things. Because when you're looking at like anime, the art in the anime usually gets better and better. It doesn't get shittier and shittier. They're competing in a market that's already flooded with other things of that kind of nature. There's plenty of shows that all line up together and all that. And if you really break them down, it's the same kind of plot point, but they make them better and better. And it's always about the characters that are in it. Like it's the character development, the arcs they go through, the trials and tribulations. Yeah, it looks like COVID altered our DNA, is what I'm saying. No, because they had figured this out way before there was a COVID virus. That is not what I'm saying. I mean, look, what is SARS? SARS is basically COVID, right? The common cold is basically COVID. Just the initial strain of COVID-19 was the most lethal part of it. People were getting jacked up. But like every other type of virus known to humanity, viruses that kill you instantly and wipe you out evolve where they become less and less lethal and more infectious. And the reason why the virus does that is because it wants to live. If it kills off everybody who's healthy, then well, it's got nowhere to go. It's going to die itself. Almost like a parasitic. Well, not even almost like it is. It's a parasitic relationship with its host. Well, that's just it. Okay, so and I mean, I don't want to go hardcore into it or anything, even though I'm kind of like dipping my toe in that water. But that's the whole theory of the Anunnaki, mister, is that ancient times they came down, they took the Homo sapiens that were around and used them as basically a form of slave labor to mine gold for them. That's how the story of the Anunnaki goes. But one of the things they did to the Homo sapien was they crossbred it with one of their own. So they genetically altered the Homo sapien and then had an Anunnaki woman carry the fetus basically to full term, and that's where human beings supposedly came from. That's you know what I mean. I'm not endorsing this theory. I'm just saying this is what the theory is. But that's the story of like basically where human beings came from as far as the Anunnaki are concerned. Like that's the roundabout in a nutshell short version of it, which sounds crazy, but then like I said, you look at certain things like apparently Homo sapiens had longer lives, and one of the things the Anunnaki did to make sure they could control the workforce was alter their genetics and shorten their lifespan so they had a shorter lifespan, which is why supposedly, and I'm saying supposedly, in the Bible, people lived for like, thousands of years and all that. And then all of a sudden, people were dying in like much faster. Part of that reason is supposedly because the Anunnaki were what altered the human species. Anunnaki. Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, I mean, if you ever get a chance, even if you don't believe in that crap or anything else, um, it's absolutely interesting to listen to somebody break down the entire story of the Anunnaki, Allele and Anu and everything else. It's a very interesting thing to listen to because you listen to it and there's certain people like Zachariah Stitchin, now Billy Carson, that really go into it and like they're reading the ancient what is it? I want to say it's the Emerald Tablet of Thoth, stuff like this. Like they're actually reading from the tablet itself and going, yeah, this is where it says this, that, and the other thing. But it all goes back into the Nephilim and all this from the Book of Enoch. It all links into it. Some of the Egyptian myth links into it. Like it's interesting as hell. Is it true? Who knows? But you know what I mean. Everything kind of the way everything's done. Where if you were just scientific of mind, it makes you stop and question things for a minute. And then if you're very devout and religious of mind, it also makes you stop and question things for a minute and look at them like, yeah, that is kind of fucked up. Yeah, this is kind of weird. Like the overlap between the two stories and the whole nine yards. And then it's interesting listening to different people defend the different points of view of it, because you can make compelling cases for both sides. But the fact of the matter is, we have no actual physical evidence either way. So that's the unfortunate part of that. I'm not really talking about religion. What's going on, Devin? If anybody, any one of us should be pissed right now, it's the Catholics because of what happened the other day with, and I can't believe it wasn't covered last night on ABL, but two pro life Catholic people that were actually voting for Harris went to her rally, and Harris was talking about abortion or something like this. And she screamed out something like one of the people screamed out, Jesus is Lord. And Kamala stopped the rally and told them, if you believe that, then you're at the wrong rally and you should go to the rally up the road. Like, what the fuck? Like, I was like, what are you doing, lady? I couldn't understand. I was like, ABL, how come you're not covering this? Like, and I tried to say it to him like two or three blasters in chat, and I was like, oh, he ain't even paying attention. He's just, gotta do my format. It's like, man, you need to adapt on the fly sometimes. Because that one was like, I saw it, and you guys know I am not religious. And I was like, damn, like, I can't believe she just fucking said that. Like, I don't know. To me, it was, that's not good. Like, you don't want to alienate people this close to an election cycle. I don't care which side you are. Like, if Trump's saying some dumb shit too, then I'm going to call that out. But this was just like, what are you doing, lady? Like, America, freedom of religion. Like, stop. Stop making fun of people like that. You might as well just call them deplorables. Doesn't work out well in your favor. I don't think Joe Biden's Satan. He's just Joe Biden. He's just old. I think there is some regret right now, though, that they removed Biden. I'm not going to lie at all. I really think they are regretting that choice, because I think Biden, as dotty in the head and out of it as he is, he was actually not bad when it came to going out there. That was weird. I just watched the whole jump and skip, and I can tell you now, thanks to Frog, he made sure I got a gigabit connection. So yes, yes, I know Beans. That's what I'm saying. That was really fucking weird. It froze for me for a second there too, right in the middle of me talking about this stuff. Might want to stay the hell away from politics and just keep talking about space aliens and fucking frogs. I had a friend named Frog Boy, and it was because he slurped because of his braces. And we would tease him constantly and everything else. And then he figured out how to turn a negative into a positive. Some girl asked him one time why we called him Frog Boy, and he looked her dead in the face and said, because I have a tongue that's three times the size of my body and I can breathe through my ears. He really flipped that little nickname around on its head. I'm not a fan. I've never been a fan of Joe Biden. That's fake news. You're fake news. I just saw Joe Biden as your typical empty shell politician that wasn't really going to do all that much damage at first. I thought Trump was the better option between him and Biden. And I was just like, yeah, Biden's just going to be like a typical, like from my point of view, an old Democrat. And instead, he was just like, yeah, go ahead. I'm going to take my hands off the wheel. Somebody else drive this car. And we see where we ended up. Oh, yeah, I just shake my fucking head. Don't get it. Like I said, start talking about certain things, and all of a sudden my stream starts freezing. I lost connection there for a minute. Like, no issues at all. No problems in my area. And I feel bad for you, Alien. Now I understand why sometimes your stream craps out and stuff if you're on Spectrum. Those sons of bitches. Yeah, you know what, Danny? If you're saying it seems like a warning, you're probably correct. It probably is a warning. It's a warning to me. But hey, YouTube, kiss my rebel ass, because, you know, that's fine. I'll just go to Rumble or something. If we're gonna play that kind of game, because I'm expressing an opinion and I haven't called anybody evil or stupid or any of this stuff. I'm just pointing out their missteps, and you guys don't like it. Well, tough shit. I'm allowed to have an opinion. It's called being an American. If you don't want me on your platform, that's fine. You just let me know. But please just send it to me in an email so I can say, here we go. This is why. Everybody loves Mister's comments. I gotta give it to him. He's definitely fast when it comes to those kind of comments. He has his off days where he's only half fast, but right now he's being fast, so that's not bad. Oh, starting to get that color bled in there. I think I'm gonna do a little black up here somewhere. Give him some spots. Let's get his shield and his little fork thing painted. See where I end up with it. So, Devin, are they done abusing you at your job? I know you've had like a rough couple. I know it's gone bad. Something's gone wrong when it's like 2:30 in the morning, and all of a sudden I'm getting a message back on something I sent to you at like 10 o'clock. It's like, what the fuck? So, and yeah, that's right. You did miss the beginning of it. So the whole thing is finding a giant frog that looks like a human being. Yeah, it was damn near impossible. So the closest I could come is a bullywog from Dungeons and Dragons, which is basically a Loveland frog. So it's a frog person or frog people that live in the swamp that are like creatures, and then they use branches and stuff like that as weapons. And this one just it happens to have it in the form of a pitchfork. Damn, that sucks, Devin. I'm sorry to hear that. Like everything about him has to be kind of natural. Like he wouldn't be using metal at all. So like even the shield would be a wood with a leather covering, stuff like this. Which is why everything else is for the most part going brown, and then I'm gonna have to blend in the other brown, make it look leathery. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Like Michigan J Frog. That's what I got. I gotta give him like human legs like that. Is that what you're saying, alien? Give this guy like get him with a leather shield. Start off dark brown on the spear and get into like giving it a woody coat. Only thing is, and I need to lower my glasses a little. Like the pitchfork itself looks like that could be made of a stone, so maybe I'll go gray with it and then give it the white. Give it the white treatment. Holy God, Devin, that's fucking amazing. It's like taking a painful shit. When it's over, you're elated. Like, you mean that time that, I ate habanero peppers instead of roasted peppers when I was cooking back in the day? And then what happened the next day, like about 2 hours later when the shit spear hit me? Like that? Is that what you're talking about? I'll tell you what, Devin really did just paint like a picture there in my head. It's like that's gonna linger for a while. I'm not gonna lie, Devin. Like wiping with pine cones, is that what you're saying here? Like that kind? Yeah, moving the damn paint. They call him Mr. Green Jeans. Let me see. Can I get better lighting? There we go. That's a little bit better. Fun, 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 fun. Crafting paints. Oh, no, no, no. You don't understand. We've all had that. It's the same way, Devin, that I've talked about the shit spear before, where all of a sudden it just feels like somebody took a spear and rammed it right in your gut. And you're like, oh my God, I have to get to the bathroom now, or else this is going to be everywhere. Yeah, like everybody's had that experience. So we can all understand exactly what you're saying. It was just a shocker hearing that kind of description come from you because you're usually pretty damn reserved. And yeah, that would make sense if you've been up for like 36 hours straight just grinding on transcripts. Makes sense to me why you'd be talking like that. It would like be like the equivalent of uh, Bina coming in here and telling us why she doesn't think Henry Cavill's hot. Like it just threw everybody off for a minute. Like, or me coming in here and not uttering a word for the entire stream. Like, or would be like, "Oh, you okay, Gam? You feeling all right? Like, are you sure you're good?" Like, there's certain things that you just expect constantly. Very good, Mister. Very good. Yes, yes, it does sound like she is extra pooped. Problem is, I say it at the end of every one of the streams. Don't take shit from anyone. And unfortunately, sounds like Devin's been taking a lot of shit from somebody lately. Which I get a kick of because now I just say DTSAFA. Take shit from anyone. And like I'll say it in the chat, like I'll just type that in and I hear it, see it come back to me, and I'm like, yep, we all know what this is. And then everybody else is like, I don't understand what that means. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I will mention Henry Cavill more than you do because he is like he's the alpha male nerd. Like that's the nerd that all other nerds should aspire to be is Henry Cavill. I can't remember what I was working on. It's like CM Punk. CM Punk came back after 7 years off. He's old now and everything else, and he's wrestling again at a pretty high level. And I can't remember what I was doing. And my wife's like, "You sure you want to do that? Like, you're gonna wear yourself out. You're gonna be hurt." And I was just like, "Look, if CM Punk can come back at his age and pull off what he just pulled off, I think I got it kind of easy." So if you notice, Danny Boss, the tall alien at the very end of that movie, that's because they spliced engineer DNA in with the alien DNA. So it's actually engineer DNA. Which anybody who doesn't know the Aliens franchise, that's going to sound like, what the hell are you talking about, engineer? Which is also part of my problem with Prometheus because the engineers from the original movie, the one they found, the space jockey, is what they call them, couldn't have been one of the engineers, even though they try to make it seem like they were. Yeah, and you know what? I got to familiarize myself with Henry Cavill because eventually I will be printing out that model of him as Superman and painting it. So there's that now. Unless you don't want me to do it anymore. I mean, I can always skip that model if you want. Yeah, it is. It is a human being playing that alien too. You're not wrong, alien. Or playing that engineer baby or whatever the hell it's supposed to be. Yeah, yeah, it's an actual person. It's creepy, but yeah. Yep, yep. All right, we almost got our base ass brown down. Yeah, well, I mean, I've said it before. Like, just because somebody's tall doesn't make them a good basketball player, but that's one of those things you can't teach. You can teach somebody to dribble a ball and make free throws and stuff, but you can't teach them to be 7 foot 1, 2, 3. That's the hard part. Can't teach white guys to dunk. It's very hard to do. I think I've dunked a basketball one time in my life, my little 6'1" ass. Thanks, alien. I mean, I've only seen. I'm one of the elves. They have me like paint toys. No, I mean, alien, you can do this shit. Anyone can do this. Like that's kind of the point to this is that anybody can do it. Some people are going to be better at it. I bet you Bina would be killer at this because she's like an art teacher. So she gets the whole art theory and everything else. Me, I just happy accident. It's the only way to describe it. And even then, I don't think when I'm painting something, it looks all that great. Some cases I've had some that I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. But in a lot of them, it's like, yeah, I wish I could get more depth, or I understood contrasting better, or I understood this better. To a point where my wife's like, well, you can sign up for art classes and shit. And I'm like, yeah, I'm too lazy for that. I got video games to play. Small Soldiers was a great movie for its time. You're not wrong. That was actually a very cool, interesting idea for a movie. Kids' toys that had chips in them that were basically AI. I mean, it's not the first time it's been done, but they definitely did it well. They had a decent cast. The Gargonites and the can't remember what the soldiers were actually called in that. Just remember Tommy Lee Jones was the one soldier, like the main guy. But yeah, I mean, honestly, you can get there's 3D print sites where if you want, you can go there and it costs you like, I don't know, however much money, $10, and they'll print out minis for you and everything and mail them to you. And then you just got to like paint them yourself. Yeah, see, that's awesome. Part of I guess that's part of this is that I also wanted to show that any idiot, well, I'm not going to say any idiot. I'm just speaking about me being an idiot in that case. But anybody really can do this. Like, it's not like I've got some kind of special, unique talent and I'm painting shit to put up in the Louvre or, I'm painting the Sistine Chapel. I'm painting a cryptid, painting a model. I wanted anybody to, be able to see that, yes, you too can do this. And maybe it's not going to come out perfect. And maybe it's not going to come out great. But its flaws are where the beauty lies, too. Because I may see something that's completely fucked and I could have done it better. And you might see something that's like, oh, well, I don't see the flaw in it. And I see every flaw in it because I'm the one painting it. But the whole thing is also having that confidence that hey, I can knock this out. I can do that. I want everybody to have that confidence. I think if we created more shit, I think part of the problem with it is like I talk about pop culture and I complain about stuff all the time. that movie was shit. They should have done this. Well, then how come I'm not fucking writing it? How come I'm not filming it? How come I'm not? If you want a video that's discussing different things, like say like politics is your main vein, and that's really what you want to talk about. Set up a channel and start talking fucking politics. Somebody's going to listen. It might only be one person, two people. It might be your friends, might be your family, whatever. But do it. Give it a shot. What do you got to lose? It's just a little bit of time. You don't need fancy equipment. People can do that shit with their phone. Um, like I'm not gonna lie a little bit. Alien Spaceship, go subscribe to his channel, check him out. Beans, share his link if you can. He goes into all kinds of different subjects. And what's interesting about Alien's channel that makes it different from everybody else's is he's learning as he's telling you about it. If you're in his conversation and you say something, he looks at it and goes, "Is that true?" We'll go look it up and then go into a whole dissertation about it and decide, like, wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. Like, Alien was covering the Crystal Skulls at one point in time. And I told him, I'm like, yo, Dan Aykroyd from the Ghostbusters is actually like owns a good chunk of the Crystal Skull vodka company. He's like, really? And looked it up and he's like, oh, yeah, look at that. You're not wrong. But that's what makes his so interesting is if you're tuned into Alien's channel, he literally is discovering new things every day that he didn't know. He's bettering himself. And then sometimes if you didn't know, it's bettering you too. And that's what we need more of. Anybody can be a talking head, look at stuff going on in the world and bitch about it. Not everybody can go in and tell you, hey, this is my original take on this, and I'm going to learn it alongside you. I'm hoping that, maybe through doing this streaming shit, maybe my painting will get better and better and better. Maybe I'll be like, oh shit, look, I contrasted the hell out of that. That came out perfect. What did I do? Let me go back, watch the stream. Or, hey, Beans, and everybody adds to this conversation in their own way. There's a lot of times you guys will hear me say, I don't know the science on this. Mister, is this the science on this? And Mister will go, oh, yeah, it's this, blah, 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 because he is very science minded. If, uh, if I need to know, like exactly what roots do I dig up if ever in a shire, I can turn to Bean and be like, hey, Beans, you know, can you ask the other Hobbit folk, like, what kind of roots I can eat in the Shire or what pipe weed I can smoke, like what won't give me the runs? If I want to know what's going on in the UK, like, hey, did they burn that sucker down to the earth yet? Like good old Danny Boss is right there in the chat usually to tell me. Everybody contributes in their own way. And because of that, we can all learn from each other. We can disagree with each other. We can have conversations with each other. Like, it's an amazing thing. But everybody gets better in one way or another. And just by just talking to people that, like normal course of life, I never would have run into anybody that's viewing this other than like maybe Frogzilla. Like, we worked together for a long time, but even then, you know, like if I just had this channel, maybe you would have tuned in one time, been like, oh, you're painting a frog. I like frogs, blah, blah, blah. And then we could have become friends that way. I mean, I'm happy to call Frogzilla a brother, but it's because we went through some shit together. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We can be as wrong as we want. But thank you again for America, Danny. We appreciate it. If your ancestors weren't such weak fighters, then we never would have had it. So we appreciate you. Yeah, I do remember that, mister. Living in a van down by a river was considered a bad thing. Now it's van life is an actual channel. Like, what the hell? But I mean, I'm not going to lie a little bit. That is one of those beautiful things that people say we're divided in America. And yeah, everybody's got their own fucking opinion, but we're not divided. We actually do have fundamentals that everybody who is a good person believes. Even if there are variations on those takes, they're not in opposition completely. But that's one of those damn things. That's why I don't think we'll ever see an actual civil war again over here. No matter how split ideology is, all that kind of stuff. That's what kind of pisses one of those things about Temple that pisses me off. Everything's headed for a civil war. No, it's not. No, it's not. Just shut your fucking cake hole, sir. If everything was, you better, guys like him better pray that everything doesn't go to a civil war because he's the first one that's going to die. Because he's like, obviously, a candy ass. A Rudy Poo candy ass. Like with a side of soft serve. So you tested it. You wrote but you actually didn't say f off. You said the whole word, right? And it vanished. Did you spell it correctly? Because maybe it was that something correct in it. I don't know. I mean, it's a possibility. Well, see, that's just it, Mister. What we found is because remember, I'm an idiot when it comes to this streaming shit and YouTube and everything. I'm just starting. There's actually a section in YouTube Studio where you can go and you can type something in, and anytime somebody says it, it'll automatically block it. I left that entire section empty just because I wanted everybody to be able to say, yeah, this is, this is where I'm at on this. So, go fuck yourself or whatever. I wanted you to be able to say it without being censored. Like, I don't want to censor your speech. But apparently, YouTube is like, yeah, we feel that we should be able to censor your speech. And that's fine. I mean, just instead of spelling the F word with an F, put a PH in front of it. PHUCK. Just say it that way. See if it comes up. I bet you it will. You just got to figure out how to get around it. Be clever. Be smart. Smart. Right. Now spell mother effer PHUKER. Yeah, smart. He's real smart. One of my favorite damn movies. Movie called Boondock Saints. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. I actually had to get I worked at Blockbuster and couldn't get a copy of it previously viewed. And Blockbuster had exclusivity rights when that shit came out. I actually had to order it from a Blockbuster in Canada. I want to say I got it on eBay somehow, but it had to come from Canada in order for me to get it. But yeah, I don't have any words blocked. I don't have anybody limited. I don't believe in that. I believe you should be able to express yourself. Just like I said, there's certain words, please don't say them because not good. Really? With a PH it didn't? All right. Um, here we go. There used to be a way. Well, actually, I think that only works on Xbox. There's a way we used to swear on Xbox where you would put an N and then a backslash before the word, or like the first letter of the word, the letter N, and then a backslash, and then the word itself, and it would let it fire through. I don't know if that'll work in this case, but it used to work on Xbox. Like I have seen some shit go through on Xbox that like people are like, how'd you get that to go through? And that was a trick that David Mon actually taught me. So I can't even take credit for it. Hooters went through. I don't know what Bean has said. Bean is over there trying to cuss as much as possible. I called somebody a malaka the other day, and that went through. I guess it doesn't pick up on Greek words. Yeah, I mean, I am I am definitely laughing that you guys are testing the limits on what YouTube will allow you to get away with before they ban me. That's awesome. If all of a sudden the stream goes dead, you guys know what happened. You hit the right word. Dear Lord, could you imagine like sitting there just streaming along? I'm talking, all of a sudden I look over, I'm like, where'd everybody go? Why won't it connect? Oh, I've been struck. Like, funny, funny. Too funny. All right, we're starting to get a little form here to him. Although it looks terrible on the video. I don't understand that. Looks much better in person. Still looks a little rough. I got to smooth out the green transition in there. Yeah, I'm at this point. I'm like 100% what happened with Atomic is YouTube's doing as well. Because, like I said, I know it wasn't me. I know it wasn't Beans. So I'm pretty sure YouTube saw what she was typing in, did not like the way that stuff was coming across, and was just like, "This is too close to like an Alex Jones speech. I need to kill it." We mean you no harm. Quick, burn everything down. That's true, mister. Like, but so then if Bina wasn't a mod, would it have said GAM? Because then I would have been the owner of the channel or what have you. Atomic is not on Discord. The only person who has direct contact with her at all, I believe, is Devin. Which is why I messaged Devin right away and said, "Hey, have you talked to Atomic?" And then you guys were on Creature Features last night. I forgot about it because Frogzilla got me hooked on World of Warcraft. So I was in there killing Murlocs or something. And next thing I know, yeah, like I hopped in, I had like a 2 second conversation, like basically, "Hey, Atomic, blah, blah, blah." She said, "I need to talk to you." And then all of a sudden the chat killed. And I was like, oh. I was like, well, hopefully she'll be on tonight, but I haven't seen her. That is correct, mister. What happens in the Shire stays in the Shire. Damn hobbits and their pipe weed. Is there such a thing as an evil hobbit? Who was an evil hobbit? That's a question for you. I mean, you could say Gollum, but Gollum was river folk, I believe. I don't think he was actually a hobbit. He might have been a Harfoot or something. Danny DeVito is not an evil hobbit. He's an evil penguin. There's a big difference. There's a major difference there. I gotta figure out why the hell he is looking like he just looks off. Let's see. All right. Hopefully, I don't screw the whole damn pooch on this one. But if I had to guess, I'm going to say it's something to do with this. No, and this. Apply that. See. Oh. Well, I mean, that's an interesting effect to him, but yeah, not what I was going for. Well, we know one word works. Good job. But we knew that word worked because of Devin telling us about having to go to the bathroom and being painful. uh, bring this back up. Bring that back up. Bring that up high and that down a little low. I mean, my fingers look nice and pink. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Looks a little closer to what he looks like. Oh, I know you're testing. I know what you're doing. I'm just teasing. Jesus Christ. Haven't you figured... Jesus Christ. Haven't you figured it out? I'm always joking unless I'm not. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. You know, I'm going to have to, and I got to do this one for the guy, but I'm going to have to take a frog and take its head off of the model and stick it on the head or on the body of Godzilla and print that shit out. Give it to Mr. Frogzilla for like Christmas or something. If you hear that noise in the background, that's actually the dog being nudgy. That's his little wiggle butt going. His tail. He's got he's a happy boy, and we asked the vet about it because we were a little like, why does he wag his tail so much? She said it's called happy tail syndrome. He's just that happy of a dog. Yo, Mister, why you going in? Are you trying to get Shaquille O'Neal to show up in this chat, like saying Bloody Mary into a mirror 3 times? Like, what's going on with that? So I got a question for you guys because you guys watch ABL like I do. Does ABL have a crush on Candace Owens? And I'm asking this because he brings her up constantly, but never brings up like Tatum or anything. And him and Tatum were actually on shows together and what have you. So I'm just curious. Like, do you think like you might have a thing for her? Are you laughing your ass off, alien, over that question? I mean, I feel it's a legit question. Damn, the shake on my fucking hand. I mean, I'm not saying Candace Owen, she is an attractive woman, but it just was always curious to me. I don't think the Little Patriots look like ABL, but I'll tell you what, I guarantee you, Les is probably a very pretty woman because of the way she laughs and the way she talks. She seems like a very like even if she wasn't very attractive, she would be attractive just because of the joyfulness that's in her voice when she's talking. He knows a lot of chat or is turned on Tatum. See, like I don't consume as much of Tatum's stuff as I used to, but I don't have a problem with the guy. Like I still think he makes decent videos. People watch him. I don't know why people in chat would have turned on him. Did he say something that was like out of hand or out of character? Did I miss something? Oh, the Uvalde stance. I don't even know what his Uvalde stance was. What did he go like? They're turning the frogs gay by putting chemicals in the water. Therefore, Uvalde happened, and all the shooters were people that were inside the school. Yeah, I mean, you could be right, Bina. There are women that do talk like that when they're talking to certain people and then sound awful. She doesn't strike me as one of those. Yeah, so he brought Chad up once, but that's just it. Like, I've brought up, like, say I bring up Cenk Uger. A lot of you guys don't watch Young Turks or don't like them or whatever. I don't really care for much of their content, but still, like, okay, chat went wild over it. So it doesn't mean that if you're letting that bothers me in a way because if Tatum and ABL are friends, right? And he brings up Tatum and they're actually friends, and ABL changes his stance or ignores somebody who's his friend. That would be like somebody coming in here and saying, I don't really like Alien's channel and blah, 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 and getting all pissed off about it. I'd be like, look, that's fine. You're allowed to not like their channel and like their shit. Doesn't change the fact that Alien's my friend. And I enjoy some of his content, like you may not. Okay, this is not your cup of tea. There's always something else to watch. Maybe my shit isn't your cup of tea and you prefer somebody else's. That's fine. I mean, maybe it's different if I'm actually making my living off of doing YouTube live streams and videos. Like if it was my actual living and I was making money at this. But even then, I would feel inauthentic. You know what I mean? I'm just not one that even if it's not a popular stance, I'm going to back my friends up. Like I can tell you now, one that I saw in real time was when Nick Rekieta, everything came out about him and everything that happened. And if you don't know what happened with Nick Rekieta, it's too long of a story to get into. The short version really is that he was very popular, really got into alcohol, really got into womanizing, stuff like this. And then they came and raided his house. But one guy that's always been there with Nick Rekieta, like everybody else, kind of just reported it like it was news and distanced themselves because they wanted nothing to do with him. The one guy, his name's Andrew Branca, I want to say. It's one of the lawyers that was with Nick through the whole damn thing. He came out, he made one statement, said, "That's where I'm leaving it." And he stopped defending him at that point, stopped everything else. But he came out and said, "He's my friend. He's been my friend and all that. And even though he's made a mistake here, I'm not going to say anything negative about him." And just that was it. He never said another damn word about him. And good on him. That's an actual friend, you know? That's so Bina went back to it. That's how men end up with abusive women. Ooh, her voice. Ooh, her body. 20,000 latent child support and 30K in therapy bills, right? Well, you're not wrong, but the whole thing is you shouldn't be. So you can find a woman attractive physically, you can find her personality attractive, you can find a lot of things attractive. The one thing is that that's fine. Just date them. You don't have to marry them. You marry somebody that you know you're going to walk through life hand in hand and that is going to be your best friend there when shit goes wrong, there when shit goes right. That's the only way a marriage works. Like, and marriages are lopsided. Like, it could be the guy who's doing more, it could be the woman who's doing more. But the whole thing is, if I got married one time, I will only be married one time. And there's a reason for it because doesn't matter how pretty somebody is, eventually you get old, that beauty fades, right? Doesn't matter how rich somebody is, they could lose all their money tomorrow. Do you still like them when they don't have the money? Doesn't matter. Like, there's so much it doesn't matter. It's really about finding the perfect for you because we're all flawed. So people can have their flaws. It's just a matter if those flaws line up with you. Another way is I may be crazy, but you're my type of crazy. And as long as all that shit lines up, that's who you get married to. You don't just get married because you think somebody, oh, look, he's hot. Yeah, trust me, Beans. If I ever told my story about the last girlfriend I had before I got married, you'd understand what burned actually is, especially like it's a fucked up story. Very fucked up story. Um, Bad marriages. I watched my friends. I watched one friend. This is the God honest truth. Kept telling his wife, "You're cheating on me, you're cheating on me, you're cheating on me." She wasn't cheating on him. She wasn't cheating on him, and she wasn't cheating on him. But he kept hammering her and hammering her. "You're cheating on me, you're cheating on me, you're cheating on me." Finally, she said, "You know what? Fuck it, I've had enough." She's now with one of his old friends because she ended up cheating on him with that friend who was sitting there with her, consoling her. And she said, "Fuck it. If I'm getting accused of it, I might as well do it." Like, and he's like still now he's afraid to get married ever again. And I don't blame him. But he doesn't recognize that he brought that shit upon himself. And there you go, Beans. That's it right there. Right? You got it in one. Keep being yourself. You can date guys here and there or whatever. But until you find the exact one that matches up with your crazy, where if they're weak where you're strong, and you can come together and you have the same basic principles in life, same basic likes. Hell, My wife doesn't play video games. I play a shit ton of them. My wife reads a ton of books. I read a couple of them here and there, but I don't read a ton of them. But we have so much other stuff in common outside of that. And I know no matter what happens to me, I could sit here and stroke and just shit my pants right now and be in a vegetative state for the rest of my life using one finger and like in a wheelchair like Christopher Pine or not Christopher Pine, what's his name? Pike, Pike from Star Trek. I could be in that state. My wife's going to be right beside me. If some shit happened like that with her, I would be right there beside her because that's just, I trust her with everything. I know that's how shit plays because that's the relationship we have. And that's the kind of relationship you need to find in life. Yeah, and that's just it. You got it in one. Don't ever go by the way somebody looks like, oh, they're so attractive. Man, I'll tell you what, you can just look at some of the people in this world that are like, oh, she's absolutely stunning. Look at everybody was in love with Kelly McGillis is a good example in Top Gun, right? Go look Kelly McGillis up right now and take a look because she aged terribly. Like, it's a shame, but that's how shit happens sometimes. Just I don't know. I've dated a lot of people, and the only person that I ever said yes, I do to is my wife. She's the only one I ever will. If anything ever happened to her or happened to me, God forbid, my wife, I would hope, would go out and find another guy and be happy. Me, I never could because I would hold everybody else to her standard. And there's nobody else that meets that standard. Like it would be unfair to another human being. I would die alone in the room. And I'm all right with it. I'm perfectly okay with that scenario. You know, if for nothing else, it just tells me how good I got it now and I enjoy it. But I also consider myself super fucking lucky too. Not everybody has that luck, or not everybody waited that long to figure that shit out. Dude, Grace Jones was awesome. I remember her. She had like a toothpick spear in Conan the Destroyer. She was great in that. In those old commercials from back in the day. But yeah, too many people base things on looks and not enough on the person that they actually are. Some of the most beautiful people I know are the ugliest fucking people I know. Some of the strangest, like, I don't know. I don't know how else to put it other than that. Some of the most beautiful or some of the most ugly because of who they are at their core. Like awful human being. Thanks, Alien. Yeah, I'm guessing you're talking about the paint job, not the commentary. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Nowadays, people like look at something like I don't even know what are some of the online dating things. I have no idea because think like it's what I know grinders for guys like Shaquille Oatmeal. I think that's the one for Shaquille Oatmeal, but isn't there one like Tinder or something like this? I mean, really, all you're doing is flipping through a photo book of people and going, yeah, that guy's hot. I'm going to get together with him if you're female, and then reverse for the guy. I'll tell you what, my dating advice channel would be more entertaining than Uncle ABL. That's a hot take. Like, I can at least tell you, this is the bonehead shit that you should expect when you're fucking married. Like, the two words that every man must know to save their marriage, correct? Good night, Danny. Thank you, brother. Thank you for being here this long. I know it's late over there. I appreciate the hell out of you every time. The two words though that every man must know before they get married, learn how to say, right? That is correct, alien. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. You're an asshole. You forgot to do the fucking dishes last night. Look at them. Oh my God. You better get your ass in that kitchen and get the fucking sink, get them all clear. Now, it doesn't matter what the hell happened. You could have fallen down, broke your leg the night before. You better look that woman in the face and say, yes, dear. And get into that fucking kitchen, get them dishes done because, well, you fucked up. Oh, no, it's not even that. I mean, you can be right and you don't say stuff just to, like there's plenty of arguments where I get in with my wife because, I want to be right. And if I feel that I am actually in the right, I'm okay. It's when there's any kind of validity into what the wife is saying to the husband better just answer back with yes, dear, because if not, you're done. Your grandpa was a smart man, alien. A very smart man, because that's the God honest truth, you know. Um, it's the same way. The other part of my little stupid advice would be careful what standard you hold somebody else to if you can't live up to said standard, you know, because you're going to end up with nothing but fucking disappointment. Nothing but disappointment. That is a relationship. That's called solving a lot of problems in one breath. You can argue. I'll fight with my wife for some things to the death, but if I have fucked up in any way, or I realize I have fucked up in any way, yes, dear, saves your goddamn ass. Because you better, yes, dear, I oopsied. May not have done it on purpose, but it's one of those things where you got to realize, yeah, she's right and I'm fucking wrong in this situation. No reason to keep arguing like I'm in the right here and I've done something correct. Oh God. Yeah, calm down can be said, but even worse than that is the hey, don't act hysterical. You're getting hysterical for nothing. Like, no, you just invalidated somebody else's feelings. Like, you better understand what the hell you did and why it's fucking pissing somebody off, because if not, that's going to bite you right in your ass. Yeah, and like Mister just said, there's certain battles where like if I know I haven't done something fucked up or wrong, I'll definitely sit there and fight for 20 minutes, hour, days. You know, if I know that I was completely 110% in the right, but if there's any trace or part of me that says, nope, 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 you actually did do this and that was a fucked up move, then yes, dear comes out of my mouth. Because I know I was the one in the wrong. I know I made you feel some kind of way and I'm sorry for it. But yeah, if it's one of those, I know I have not done something fucked up here. I'll fight to the death. I'll argue and argue and argue and argue. Yeah, but that's just it. There's also, oops, I fucked up, and there's no, no, I was correct in this. So compromise can come in where you're disagreeing about something that's minor, but when it comes to something that's some shit, you better bring aces. The the one thing, okay, so there is one set of words I can say to my wife, and my wife will say, "Are you fucking stupid? I'll fucking kill you." And those words are, I don't know. That is the one set of words that my wife does not accept. She doesn't accept it for people that work for her. She doesn't accept it from her children. She does not accept it from her husband. And the reason why is because you do know. And honestly, she's not wrong. So, hypothetical. Uh, Here you go. Why did you eat all this candy knowing it was going to give you a bellyache? I don't know. Yeah, you're in fucking the deepest shit you've ever seen, right? I don't know is not the correct answer. The correct answer would be because I was enjoying the sweets and decided like to pound them down. It may have been a dumb thing to do, but that's why I did it. Okay, well that's at least a fucking reason, right? Yeah, but Bina, I don't want to go to an amusement park with you because you're not tall enough to ride most of the rides. So, yeah, like arguments can be a healthy part of relationship and discord, but you also, as a guy, you have to know where you have fucked up and just how bad. And if you don't, well, it's just going to get worse. Right. It is your candy and you can eat all you want. But at least you can say, because I wanted to eat it all. But if you say, I don't know, like, you know exactly why you ate that candy. You know exactly why you ate so much. And that's kind of the fucking point. That's why that's the one phrase that'll get you killed. Because you're basically lying. I I should be because I still got to do his eyes. I got to see what else I can do in this green and yellow mix to smooth it a bit. I might hit it with some real. I might mix the two together and just hit it with a water blend and blend it out. But I should be here, Mister. Should be. Should be. Should be. Unless Bina bans me from the account or something. Yeah, Beans. I know you got work in the mornings or what have you. But yeah, we like. I don't know. I'm gonna say that most relationships just come down to a give and take. Sometimes you got to indulge other people, sometimes they got to indulge you. And if you can balance it and it works and you're happy, that's all that really fucking matters. All that really matters. Yeah, but that's just it. There's also different types of compromise. Compromise is a lot more nuanced than just some black and white shit. Because are you talking compromise like you're compromising your morals, ideas, and values? Or are you talking about compromising as in, okay, well, I washed the dishes last time, so now it's your time and you shouldn't be yelling at me for it? Like, big differences between the two things. It's nuanced. It really comes down to context when you say compromise. Yeah, it is pretty damn black and white because the best compromises come down to this: I didn't get everything I wanted, you didn't get everything you wanted, and we met in the middle. So, what I'm saying is, you should be able to do it beyond that, where somebody gets exactly what they want and the other person may not. I don't know. When you get married to Henry Cavill, we're going to see how much compromise there is in that relationship there, Beans. Yeah, I just, I don't know. I've seen relationships work with zero compromise. I'm not going to say like they're completely happy relationships either, but I have seen them work. Compromise. Let's get these eyes fixed. I don't know. I just know everybody should find their own type of crazy and just be happy about it. That's all I know. And I also know that Yes Dear has saved my ass on more than one occasion. So one of those things that never gets said between me and my wife, though, is this. All right, now say I'm right. Well, actually, I have a question too. Here's something I gotta ask. Yeah, when Alien starts rapping, I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Yeah, you're not wrong, Beans. Um, but I do have a question for like those that are still single or out there in the dating world and stuff like that. And my question is this: what the hell's it like nowadays? Like, is it as bad as I assume it would be? Where you sit down, you have maybe a 2 minute conversation with somebody, and then realize that they believe like some kind of crazy shit or the exact opposite, or their mind's completely closed to everything, and you're just like, okay, thank you, have a good night, and you just leave. Is it bad beans? I kind of figured it would be this way. Like, I mean, like I said, my dating life's been 86 for a while now, but I can't imagine in this day and age where, like, do you have people where you're like, yeah, oh, okay, so we're on our first date or whatever, and like they're like, oh yeah, I looked through your Facebook. Like what? Yeah, I didn't agree with this post, that post, the other post. Oh, I looked at this. What's your thoughts on that? Like, do people like investigate each other before they date now? Is it like, oh, I saw your picture on Instagram and I wanted to go out to coffee for you with you or what have you? Shit like this. Yeah, Sheree. Exactly. It does sound crazy, doesn't it? 2 minute conversation, one word greeting. Dude, that's like, I mean, I'm guessing Sheree's been married forever too. So, but I know it used to be like you got to know people and then over time you decide if you liked them or not, you know? I'm just wondering if now it's like, oh, I just did my background research on you on Facebook and this is what I found. Congratulations on that. That's absolutely epic, Sheree. Like, if I if, if I can be married for 24 years, I will be ecstatic about life. It won't be me getting tired of my wife's shit. It'll be my wife getting tired of my shit. But so guys are getting desensitized by the internet and nobody's looking for a real, are they just looking for a hey, like, one night stand kind of things? Is that what you're saying, Beans? Like I saw your picture, you look sexy on the internet and let's just do our thing and walk the hell away. And I mean for younger guys, I know that shit's got to be rough because they're looking for the Instagram model or, the porn star or whatever. And it's like, yo, bro, you need to slow your roll. That's not how every woman is. Like it's too much work to actually like get to know somebody and like going out to date on dates and stuff like that. Like oh well, I'm a dude and I earn money, so therefore you should just be mine now. Is that what you're saying, Beans? Like they don't want to put in that time to actually get to know you or show you that damn respect right out of the rip. Because my favorite is this, and this is just going to be one of them damn GAM hot takes where he runs his gums for a second, right? This may be just one of my hot takes, but it seems to me, as far as like that shit kind of goes, people have real unrealistic expectations of one another instead of sitting there and actually wanting to get to know somebody, They just want what they can get out of it. And then if it's any kind of work at all, like, why am I investing my time and wasting my time? I need to invest my time smarter and wiser. And I've seen it to a point where there's younger guys like David Mon, my one buddy, is a good example of this. Where I've been, me and my buddy Twisted, we're like, yo, so know who you dating or whatever. And he'll be like, I'm not dating anybody. I'm just concentrating on myself, to a point where he got frustrated and just like completely just gave up. Like, I'm done. I'm done for right now. I'll worry about it when I get older. And then one of my favorite parts of it is the guys that are pretending like they're fake as hell and acting like, oh yeah, I'm completely into third wave or fourth wave feminism, and I think all, like, they basically espouse a lot of the stuff that you would see in a political campaign as their point of view, when they don't actually give a shit about any of it. Like, they're completely faking it. And the only reason why is because they're just trying to get together with a girl, which, I mean, that happened even back when I was a kid, but now it really seems like the case. Like, oh, I'm 110% a feminist. I'm all in for it. Well, and but now here's the thing. This is okay. This is part I don't understand, because I just read what you said, Sheree, that guys are getting punished for any kind of masculinity, right? If you're actually comfortable, and I mean, it's rougher, it's got to be real rough when you're young, but if you're actually comfortable with being masculine and you actually are masculine, then the answer to that is basically, well, you can go fuck yourself then. Oh, you don't want that? You don't want that? Well, I'm sorry, but I'm a dude, and that's the way it is. Not that you're not entitled to your opinion, but I'm a dude, and this is just what dudes do, and this is just the way guys are. And if you don't like it, you can kiss my ass. I look at it from my point of view, and I was always honest when I was younger with who I was. Hell, I'm honest even now as an old person, with just, yep, like, I'm fucking lazy. Okay. I got a potty mouth. Okay. Whatever it is. And I'm not sitting here lying to you guys and saying, well, you know what, guys? I've decided that I should turn over a new leaf, and now I should never swear again on my shows because I see the error of my way. Fuck that. That would be inauthentic. This is my point of view on it. Okay, you don't agree with me. Okay, that's fine. We can not agree and still find other stuff that we do agree on. But I'm going to be honest to my point of view, because if I'm dishonest or lying or bullshit or whatever, it's going to be see-through. Nobody's going to want to listen to me again, because at that point, you become fake. Yeah, see? And then they say, okay, that's cool. You can open the door for yourself and for me. That's great. You can pick up the check too. How about that? Like, you know what I mean? It just, well, you're supposed to pay. No, 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 no. If we're going down this path of, this, that, and the other thing, then yeah, there's certain other things that we can definitely deal with. My wife's shit. If my wife divorced me tomorrow, found another guy, she could carry herself and that other guy no problem. She really could. She has a better education. She's a badass. But at the same point in time, I'd land on my feet some way, shape, or form too. Yeah, and I know Sheree isn't lying either. Like that's some honest shit right there. Like girls get girls don't want that out of guys nowadays. God damn it. I need to look up frog's eyes. I know I'm getting in there with this gold on this white. But if I do this wrong, like I think I want to do them like they're snake eyes. I could be wrong here. Ooh, those are funky looking. I just got a notification. Alien posted a sound effects video. Everybody make sure you check that one out. But yeah, I don't know if you can you even see that on this damn thing. Blow them up. See if that makes it any better. Gold on the top, black slits in the middle, black on the edgings. I don't think it's just a lack of fathers in the home, Sheree. I think there's more to it than that. I think it's almost like they have something to prove nowadays. Like that's what it strikes me as is I have something to prove and I'm going to prove it. The only problem is that they've already proven it that if they really want to be equal, then be equal. Doesn't have to be that by you doing, something like that, something as silly as opening the door, that we're not equal. Like that's fine. I mean, look, like I said, the apocalypse hits tomorrow. My wife will be the one with the gun. I'll be the one with the sword. We fight differently, but we fight together, and it makes us both stronger. Everything, like everything should be a balance between both sides, not a win lose. Yeah, and you're not wrong either. It's not all guys and it's not all women. It's really not. That's you're 100% right, Beans. Never say all because there's a lot of differences in there in individuals and nuance. But if we're talking about vocal majority and stuff like that and certain experiences, shit's changed a lot since I was a kid. Tell you that much. You didn't hold a door for a girl back in the day? Man, they would just like look at you and that would be it. Like that would be like, okay, well, can we go home now? Like what? Yeah, you didn't hold the door for me. Only thing worse, in my opinion, would be like somebody friggin' verbally saying something to them and you didn't lay them the fuck out. Hell, I'm still like that. You opened your mouth the wrong way. Ah, shit, you may be 10 times my size and I'm going to get my ass kicked here, but god damn it, you fucked up. Might as well give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? I'll wake up in the hospital and make him pay my bills. I mean, and don't get it wrong. Yes. And there you go, Sheree. There it is right there. That's what I'm saying. I wonder what the social media influence has done to things. I wonder how that changes stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, say Beans here goes on a date with a guy. The guy's like, "Yeah, I saw your Instagram photo where you put," and I'm not actually saying this would happen to Beans or she does stuff like this, but say like some girl, I'm feel kind of bad like saying it like that, like it would be something Bina would do. So I'm going to change it to just some girl, right? And he's like, "Yeah, I went through your Instagram profile, and yeah, you don't look like your pictures. Like you put filters on all your pictures. You know, like you catfished me and all this kind of stuff. Like, I'm sure that shit's got to happen." Or, how come you commented on Sally's post about her in a bathing suit? Well, babe, I did it because you were in the picture with her and I was liking it because you were there. Yeah, right. You like Sally. I mean, honestly, I think the best thing you could do if you're getting into a relationship like that would probably be like, okay, I'm now suspending all my social media accounts unless you okay them. So I think that would just start fights. Huh. Yeah, I think those eyes are all right. Let's see the other one. Good lord. The WB. And old Michigan J Frog here. Let's see if I can't get this damn transition right. I mean, it's pretty close. All right, let's take a look around. Actually, want to get in here with. I gotta get rid of that super highlight on the back end. Well, of course it has a filter. So, and I hate to say this. I hate to single somebody out, but god damn it. If they were actually in the chat, I would single them out the same way. When that one girl, Medi, was in the Discord, she posted a picture of herself in a car. And I said, "Did you put any filters on this?" And she went, "No, that's just how I look every day." And I was like, immediately like, "Yeah, I don't really want to talk to this person that much anymore because yeah, that's complete bullshit. I can see the filter. I can see where your face is smoothed out from the filter. Like, you're not actually a real person. Like, you're presenting yourself as fake, and I don't know for what reason. Like, I don't know what purpose it serves in a place where we're all just friends. Like, or we're just having, friendly conversation. Why do you need to present yourself like you're not? What's the point to this? I don't think he ever said he did have emerald green. What the hell did I miss, Alien? What did you do? Oh yeah. Well, all right. So here's a kicker for you. This was something my mother told me, right? My mom, of all people, when I was like 9 or 10 years old, said if you think a girl's really, really pretty, then when you wake up in the morning, look at her before she has her makeup on. Look at her before, and I mean, so 9 years old, probably like 84, 85, right? Look at her before when she first gets out of bed with no makeup on. And if you still think she's beautiful, then you know, she probably is. But don't look at somebody with all their makeup on and think they're beautiful. And like honestly, that's why I think my wife's beautiful because I can see her first thing in the morning. Trust me, I'm sure I don't look or smell like a rose when I wake up. That's a brilliant one too, Sheree. But now they make waterproof makeup. Ooh, Bina. Bina is being very nice to Alien. What a nice lady. Look how pleasant she's being. Don't worry, Alien. Bina's buttering you up. At the end of this, all of a sudden, all your chats are going to disappear, and we're going to be like, what the hell? And Bina's like, I didn't do it. I'm teasing Bina. That's a joke. I know. I know, Beans. We know he's your friend. Alien's my friend too. You guys are all my friends. Like, you really are. Um, I have discussions with each of you about different things in different ways. Hell, Mister's my friend. I break his balls constantly. But as anybody who knows me in real life knows, if I'm not teasing you, I may not really fuck with you all that much. I like to joke. I like to have fun. Like to have fun. Yeah, YouTube will take it down, Beans. And I do tease you a lot. That's because it's funny when I tease you. Because you get like, you get semi pissed sometimes about it. But then in hindsight, you also know I'm teasing, so you start laughing about it too. That's what's so good about that shit. Like I said, I don't look at it's funny, Beans, and don't take this in an offensive way. And that means that whatever I say next is going to be super offensive, right? I look at you like you're like my little sister. And in saying that, you know, I'm going to tease you as a little sister. I don't look at you like, other people. I look at you like a little sister because I know you're a real person. You're good people. That's why you get teased more than everybody else. I think that actually worked out all right there. Oh, what did I say something messed up, Sure. No, it's. I mean, like I said, I didn't want her taking it as, oh, you don't see me as like a female person. No, I see her like she's my little sister. Because in all legitimacy, one of the things before I started streaming, I was really torn on it. It's a true story and a recent story too. But I was torn on, can I pull this off or what have you? And Beans actually was one of the ones who advocated for it. Was like, yeah, I think you could do it. The other person that really advocated for it, because I asked him on one of his streams, is Alien, and Alien's like, dude, I think you're entertaining. I think you got a good voice for it. I think you could come up with some really good shit. Well, he didn't say shit, but you could come up some really good stories, and you've lived a pretty decent life, like interesting life. I think you'd kill it at streaming and all this. So the two of them really like made me re-examine, could I pull off streaming? And well, we're on stream number what? I don't even know what the hell number we're on. 15, 16, 14, something like this. I think it's 14. But we're on stream 14, and I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a good time. I'm happy because I've got to get to know different people better. Like Sheree, I've really gotten to know you. I kind of knew you from ABL chat, but in here I really get to hear you kind of like just relax and enjoy yourself, and it's awesome. Good night, Alien. Well, I appreciate that, Sheree. I mean, I really do. Um, I mean, like I said, I know the roughest show is coming. The roughest show will be here soon, sooner than I thought it would be. And that's going to be when I start telling the ghost stories. The first two aren't going to be that difficult to get through. I mean, they're creepy, they're honest, and really what happened. It's that last one. I keep fighting with it in my head if I should even open my damn mouth about the last ghost story because like it just hurts to tell it. That's awesome, and that's really what I want. That's why when Jay was asking, well, is you're gonna like bullshit and all this, and we're just gonna talk and you're painting or whatever, and it's like, yeah, kind of, yeah. You make this place what you want it to be. I want it to be the chat's place, and you guys driving the conversations or picking the topics and everything else because we do an ABL, like an ABL show already exists where we go there and we sit down and we know we're going to get basically as much of the news as he paid attention to for the past week and the clips from it. Um, from his perspective, we know if we go to a different show like that, it's going to be pretty much the same damn thing. If we go over to aliens, we're going to be learning stuff. If we go here, but we need a show that's actually the people are driving the show and saying, hey, we want to bullshit about, how crappy guys are nowadays in the dating pool because of social media. We can have that conversation. I'm all right with it. Like, I'm a jack of all trades, master of few. I can throw in on that and have an opinion and everything else, unless it's something I haven't completely studied or been through myself or dealt with, and I'm clueless. And then I'm like, is this true, guys? And you guys can be like, yeah or no. Maybe I shouldn't what? Beans. Maybe I shouldn't tell the ghost story. Is that what you're saying? If you're talking about that ghost story, then no. No, that one needs to be told. And there's a lot of reasons why that one needs to be told, but the main reason why is because even if something hurts or upsets you or makes you feel some kind of way, sometimes you got to face that head on. Thanks, Sheree. I mean, there's a reason why there's, 6 to 12 people viewing the show at a time instead of like 100,000, but that's probably why you don't see too many of these types of shows, unfortunately. Um, and who knows, maybe it'll catch on. But then again, you got to remember, laziness is my superpower. And it's not like I've been working around the clock trying to promote this shit and get it picked up by an algorithm and haven't curbed my language and all this other stuff that would probably help me in the algorithm or made it safe for kids and everything. Also, I think he may be good to go. I think I'm going to do a little touch up work right around that belt. But other than that, like the leather on him came out pretty good. The wear on the shield and the strap and everything. I just got a few touch up spots. Like right there, it looked like there was black, but it isn't. It's just a shadow. Like right in here is actually solid green. Matter of fact, can I pop this one on? See if that'll give it. You can actually see the highlights in it. Oh, that's too much light. You got it, Beans. But if I didn't, then you'd be mad at me for not picking on you. If, if, I'm never ever going to say it'll get that big. But if it ever did get that big, Sheree, there are a few people. Like at that point, you'd be a moderator here too. I just stick it on you. You wouldn't even have a choice in the matter. But if it did get that big, um, it's not gonna like I can't change it. If I do, it's gonna become inauthentic, and then everything that made you big goes away. And the people that supported me in the beginning would be the people that would still get acknowledged the most when I got up on the top. I don't care if somebody sends me $500 super chats. I don't care. That doesn't matter to me. I'm still going to read people's comments. There's 1,500 of them coming in. It's a little bit more difficult, but I can still like boom, 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 and pop a couple of them out at a time without them sending me a goddamn dime because I don't want the money. But it's the other thing. Like, I know who's here in the beginning, and I know that if I keep going and it does actually get big one day, I know where my foundation is and the people that brought me to the dance, and you never forget those people. That's one of those things that I've never been is disloyal or hey, I did all this all by myself. No, 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 no. No, I didn't. I absolutely did not. That shit is one of the things that has pissed me off the most with stuff that I've seen over time. I did this, I did that, I did the other thing. No, 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 you didn't. You had a team of people that helped you get where you are. Um, I often talk about how I dislike Tim Pool. One of those things he did was his co-host on Timcast IRL was Adam Kriegler. people tuned in specifically for him. Now, Tim May had the platform and been the big draw to the show because people are watching his newscasts. But once he made it, he disposed of Adam Krigler. And it was like, bro, like, really? You kicked the man to the curb like that? Like, what the hell is this? Like, he was the first one gone. Oh, I agree. Sheree should be a mod here, but considering Beans, that like honestly, if you can honestly say to me that you feel that I even needed a moderator here, like you had told me, I kind of didn't. But yeah, if there's anybody else who would be a mod here, it would be it would be Sheree. Like it would be you and Sheree together. I mean, at this point, the big one is you, Beans, because you're just keeping me from going off the fucking rails. Like, if I start venturing down a path, you have to Jiminy Cricket that shit real fast and be like, yo, Gam, you're talking about kidlers, kid diddlers or whatever, and putting them in a wood chipper. Be careful because you say it wrong, they're going to ban you. Okay, Beans, I got you. But eventually, if we get enough people in here, I will need, trust me, Sheree is your backup. That's the backup. But that's more for killing off, shit trolls or um like trolley type people or moderating chat, and we don't need that just yet. Like I've got you as one to keep me, like I said, you're like my sister. You're my safety belt. You're my friend. You're here to make sure I don't go too deep into subjects that I should not go into. Or you're the one with the YouTube experience, especially on the moderator side of, yeah, that shit's going to get him banned right quick. Gam, shut the fuck up. Like, I appreciate that, Sheree. And, like, honestly, you're a good person. And that's the only reason, like, well, not the only reason, but the main reason why I would make you a moderator is because I've seen you in action. I see somebody could say to me, I want to be a moderator, I want to be a moderator, I want to be a moderator, because I've seen this shit happen on other channels. And the person gets in there, they get a modicum of power, and then they become a complete, like, authoritarian asshole or something like this because they weren't a good person to begin with. They just wanted some kind of power over other people. You know, I've watched you now as a moderator, and I've got to say, like, you know, that's it. Like you and Bina in tandem, Jesus. Like ABL's chat would be perfect. Bina's not a moderator anymore over there, but because you're there, it's just a shame that there's nobody to divide up that work with because you're perfect on your own. Yeah, well, you know something, Beans? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's something to YouTube. Maybe they've changed up algorithm to catch it and all that. But here's the other thing. I was looking at something, and the whole thing is each stream has picked up X amount of hours, and I can't remember what I clicked on, and I saw it, and it said I had like 2,200 hours viewed of my stream so far. Some ridiculous number like this could have been 229 for all I know, but I'm pretty sure it was something in the like 1,209 or something like this. Like it was a lot of hours. And I was like, holy shit, really? And then I thought about it. If each person watches for an hour, I get 65 views on a video. People watch it for even an hour. That's 65 hours right there. Stream times 15, right? So it's got to be getting up there a little bit. And if more and more I'm getting towards a monetization, but I can't because I only have 47 subscribers, that stopped. But if that growth continues and I get to the 500 subscriber mark or whatever it is, 5,000, I don't even remember how many subscribers I need. I know it's just a lot more than I've got and it's not going up. It went up a little bit, but then stopped. But if for some reason I hit monetization, I think they're putting the shit in place for it. That's awesome, Sheree. I wonder why it would just hang up on you. See, I've always seen it as ABL takes the calls. He has a list of numbers. He reads those numbers, and some of them come up over and over again, so he knows who's calling, and that's who he actually takes the calls from. Every now and again, there'll be a new caller, but it's only when nobody else is calling in. That's always been my take on the phone calls on the show. I could be wrong. Maybe I am wrong. French lilac. No, that's a purple. I need something gray, but not gay. Maybe I'll just take some white and this gray and mix them out. Yeah, I mean, and that's just it. Don't think I'm bitching or complaining about not having, this isn't a bitch or a complaint. I'm just telling you where the channel actually is as far as terms of reality and monetization and all that. And the answer is it's there, but it's not, for the most part. If I get monetized, I'll make that announcement immediately. Like, holy shit, you're not going to believe this. These assholes are planning on giving me money for this bullshit. You'll hear that come out of my mouth. You know what? I do remember that moderator name too. Something like that. I didn't really interact though. Like, so I've been listening to ABL since probably 2016, 17, somewhere in there, I want to say. And it just, I've seen mods come and go out of that chat. That's how I knew the one dude, like Devin was telling us the whole backstory of what happened with Matt Mittens getting him knocked out of being a mod and all that kind of stuff. And I was just like, okay, like I remember this guy, but I never interacted with him. I think we got him, guys. I think the Frogman finally got painted. Let's see, any flaws? Leather on the shield looks down. On the pauldron looks good. Eyes came out all right. Kind of want to do. Nah, I don't, because I'll fuck him up. He won't come out right. I think we got our Loveland Frogman though. That's the other thing. This shit was actually flat. He'd stand up. Let me say, yeah, because he stands right up when I set him down the other way. Go figure. All right, so that's something with the desk holding him up. I'll do this with him. Drop you in. Give him a little twist. So here's the thing. That's one of those things that honestly annoys the shit out of me. Oh, let's move you down. Get you nice and framed in. And flip them a little. Slip them a little. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Anthony thing. McQuaid or whatever, right? Yeah, I didn't catch him when he was doing video game reviews, but honestly, ABL does not strike me as a very good gamer either. Like that actually kind of shocks me a little bit that he plays video games because he does not strike me as a gamer type. Well, the one time I confronted him head up, Sheree, like the mittens dude, I completely confronted the hell out of him on it at the end of a show because he had said something about one of the callers or something that was like a regular caller, and I just went off on him. Yeah, I haven't seen him in there much either. Beans, you're right. Um, what was I gonna say? Something in response to a comment. Let me look back. Oh, the plaque. So that's one of those things that pisses me off with him, right? Mr. By the numbers, by the numbers, by the numbers. How come they haven't given you your million user plaque yet? And it's been a minute. Like, I can't understand how he wasn't on the phone whenever that shit was supposed to come in, like a month later, going, yo, where the fuck is my plaque? And going off. Because I would have gone, oh, well, this is your representative. I want your fucking manager, bud. And then if that manager gave me anything other than your plaque is in the mail, I'd have been like, I want your fucking manager. Like, otherwise, I'm going to cut a video with my million and X amount of subscribers that's doing X amount of views every week. And I'm going to explain to everybody how you're not giving me my million man plaque or my million viewer or subscriber plaque or whatever because I'm a black guy and I've got conservative views. I'm going to expose the shit out of you. Now get me my fucking plaque. It would have lasted, I'm dead serious. I would have had that shit done in like a week or two and they would have been mailing that out. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, so here's the thing. True story. True story. And it comes down to the difference between me and my wife. I've always been middle management, right? So, yeah, I'm a store manager, training to be a district manager, but wasn't a district manager, you know? I would assist the district manager, but I was never the district manager. I was in training for it. I was always a great store manager, right? My wife, on the other end, has always been like corporatist, like corporate level executives level. She pulls no punches. She said we were working on this thing one time and they were screwing us around. And she said, "Fine, I'm calling the president of the fucking company." I said, "You can't call the president of the company." She said, "Why can't I?" And like my brain had never thought of this before. She goes, "Yeah, I'm getting a hold of fucking pre." She sure as shit got that president of the company on the phone, and she lit into him with his own policy and everything else. And hour later, after that, something that had taken 2 months to try and get resolved was resolved because she called the president of the company and just lit into him with his own policy and said, I'm going to go to the media. I'm going to embarrass the shit out of you. I'm going to expose your company for not doing what's in your policy. And it wasn't the president of the company's fault. It was the guy we were dealing with's fault, like one of the representatives of the company. But she didn't give a fuck. She started off with like that dude's manager and went all the way to the president of the company. It had it solved in like an hour. I was like, that was the most amazing. So I've learned a big lesson from her that, it doesn't just stop because somebody tells you no, you push until the final boss tells you no. If they tell you no, okay, well, then you're screwed. But keep going until somebody says yes. And that's one of those things that disappoints me is that ABL really could go ham on them, as Sheree said, and like really like, yo, you're my community manager. You want to give me ad advice and all? I don't give a shit about your ad advice. Where the fuck is my plaque? It's not for me. It's for the people that support me. Why would a million people keep wanting to tune into me? Think like I'm some kind of bum or faking my numbers? I've said this often in my personal life, Sheree. I don't know how much I've said it on stream, but I will say this. Before I got married, I had no fear in my heart. And then the moment I got married, the one person who over time has taught me fear is my wife, because she is the only person I truly fear. I love her more than anything in this world. Well, I can't say that. I got kids. Love them more than anything in the world, and she's right there with them. But I'll tell you what, that is the one that I would never fuck over. And not just because I'm afraid of her, because I respect her, everything else. But I'll tell you what, if you do fuck with her, you're going to find out. Like, she is that one. Right, exactly. Happy you're part of my team because Jesus Christ, I wouldn't want to play against you. Like, like I wouldn't want you to against me. She is definitely a force of nature. Definitely that force to be reckoned with. But yeah, like I said, I don't know how he didn't resolve that in the first month. That shit, they didn't send him out as shit. But then again, it goes back to that whole thing. If your entire job and your entire career is based on the platform of YouTube, and that's what you've chosen to do with your life, and you worked hard and you built this and you got there and everything else, the fear of somebody throwing a switch and turning off your life has got to be immense. Like, I love my streams. I love all the people in my streams. I thank you guys all the time. I'm always thankful for you. I always tell you, don't send me any goddamn money, stuff like this, right? Don't do the super chats. Don't, if anything, just subscribe, watch, like the show, enjoy. I'm always saying that shit. But I also think that's part of it for me is nobody's going to tell me to bend the knee, so I could build this up to 2 million followers or whatever, or subscribers, and be hitting all these numbers and all this and have this money coming in, and then they decide to throw the off switch on me and shut me down. I'd be like, all right, well, fuck it, I'm done, and just walk the fuck away. It's all right, Beans. I'm about to wrap up right now. Um, we're at like midnight. He's painted. That's how he came out. I think he came out pretty damn good for having to wait so long. I think the leather came out is probably my favorite part. That and probably around the eyes. Like, I don't even know. Can I get that to focus in on his eyes? He's Kermit the Frog. But Loveland Frog is done finally. Poor bastard. He got nailed forever. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. Frogzilla will probably link up with me after this on whatever. I don't know where Sick is. Surprised I didn't see Six. But if you're out there, brother, we missed you this stream. And but thank you guys all for watching. I'll be back on Thursday. And it's Piney's. I'll be talking about this Thursday. My story with different interactions with those crazy bastards out in the woods. I don't know what I'm going to be painting yet. I'll have to figure that one out. I got a couple different ones to get done. Thank you, Sheree. As always, thank you so much for watching. I'm happy that you're able to relax and enjoy it and just from all the political bullshit and stuff like this. Beans, always great to see you. Everybody else tuned in, thank you, oh God, so much, because you guys actually make the show what it is. It's not me, it's you. I just sit here, run my gums, and paint shit. So thank you, Beans. So everybody, enjoy the next couple days. I'll see you guys Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hopefully. And until next time, just remember, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.